And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 21. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the beginning of something different. A new era here for a long time, for a month at this point. Oh, for over a month. This event has been a weekly open tournament, but now it is a bi-weekly. We missed out last week. For those that are curious, that is why there was no Tenacious Turtle Tussle last week. On top of that, we have on top of that, so it looks like I'm going to be switching these over. But on top of that, this event is also now on Thursdays or on Wednesday, depending on where you are in the world. We were hosting on Sunday/Monday mornings or evenings, again, depending on where you are. We have since moved over to Wednesdays instead, or at least Thursday morning here in the land of Australia. So again, we have kind of moved over further into the week. Big reason for this is just to kind of spread out our events on top of that as well, just to allow for some other players to take part as well. So now we're not as congested at the start of the week, you know, Sunday, Monday kind of portion of StarCraft. Not anymore. But yeah, welcome back to the new time slots, the new time zone for the Turtle Tussle. And again, it is now a bi-weekly tournament, and we have our first matchup. We have our first series, !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into our first ZVT of the night, into Eon versus Inexorable. Let's go. Let us go. On top of that, a lot of representation happening in the challenge as well. We'll go over the bracket momentarily. Don't you worry. We'll get there. But for now, we are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Yellow Terran. We featured him last night. Now we're featuring him again. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Purple Zerg, representing team License to Kill LTK. It is Eon. Let's go. We have our ZVT again last night. Of course, we were busy covering the Code for Giants Cup, which is a Brazilian-only tournament, so we are featuring players like Inexorable and featuring many others that have actually signed up for the tournament. Shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, of course, he is the organizer of Code for Giants Cup. He is a big Brazilian caster as well, and he signed up. And he also got his boys sign up as well. Fala galera, there's Don Minocos in the bracket, Tata Giba, Inexorable, and many others as well. So again, we do appreciate that Cosmos and the Portuguese community has come together for the Turtle Tussle. Do appreciate it, and we'll see how far they can go. We'll see how well they can perform. Again, when it comes to this first round, this first match, I feel like it's pretty close in skill here. Eon and Inexorable. He's more of a standard macro player. Last night, he did defeat Eric in a best of 3, went all the way to the ace match, and Inexorable did come out on top. Eon is similar to Eric in a sense. He's not quite as creative when it comes to his builds, but aggressive is what I will say. Eon is a very aggressive Zerg player, so I'm curious how he compares to Inexorable. I'm quite curious. Eon, he's another Roach boy, another Roach enjoyer in this matchup as well. We can see it was not a hatch gas pull, it was an earlier pull timing. SV Scout does confirm how late the hatchery is, and the Lings are moving out. The goal here, they're going past the turtle. It's beautiful. But the Lings are moving out across the map, designed to delay the CC, and the Reaper is staying at home. Yeah, the Reaper does stay back at home. Again, Inexorable, he knows how late the hatchery was, and he will find the Lings, and he will stop them. And his goal here is to keep that SCV alive. Marine comes down as well. The SCV is under fire. Will delay the expansion by a couple of seconds, but will not kill the SCV, and the expansion is well underway. So a nice cleanup by Inexorable. Again, the reason why he stayed back at home was because of his SCV scout. He knew how late the hatchery was, which means he knew how early the spawning pool was, and he was able to stick around, clean up the Lings, and now move out across the map. So a much better start here for the Terran. Behind this, 3cc, 3rd cc before Starport, so a very economic build here by the Terran player as well. Moves out across the map, threatens the natural. Drones are under fire, the Queen is in position, and do we sport trade? We do. Oh my god, the gas guys are just in time. Reaper goes down. Oh my, calm down. Okay, Eon, he punishes the greed. He saves the drone just barely by morphing in that gas geyser. That drone barely still alive. Was able to bring down the Reaper as well, so a bit of a back and forth. Overall, I do think it was still a better start for the Terran, just because Eon, he may not have lost any drones, but he still was forced to have a delayed expansion and delayed queens and just a lot of delays in general here. Ooh, but this is an overreaction. Scan into the main. I mean, Eon does have a reputation. He does have a reputation, and clearly Inexorable is aware of that. He scans the main base and nothing to be found. Very early scan as well, so clearly Inexorable, he is aware of the reputation that Eon has, and he's a little bit terrified. After the scan ends, then there's the Roach Warren. Let's go. Again, Eon, we spoke about it earlier, but he's a very aggressive Zerg player. He's very willing to go all in and very willing to be in your face, especially with roaches, and Eon is embracing that. Again, fortunate for Eon that he throws it down after the scan did complete, and Inexorable is going 3cc 2-on-1. So there's a bit of a give and take going on here. Basically, this build of Inexorable means barely any Hellions. Only two Hellions on the map. He cuts Hellion production. It also means no Banshees either. He's going for a stim timing. He's going for Mass Marine. There's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, I mean, the stim timing can hit quite hard. On the other hand, though, limited scouting. Limited scouting information for Inexorable, so he's in the dark as to what's going on. The Hellions, they do spot some of these lings, but they do not spot the Roach Warren or the roaches that are coming out. So Inexorable, he has very little time to respond, very little time to react. Eon is going to be moving out, and Inexorable, he does not have stim. It's almost done. He needs a little bit more time. The Marines are scattered. Eon is aware of what's going on, and here comes the army. Yeah, the roaches and ravagers are moving out across the map. Inexorable, he doesn't know how much danger he's in, so no bunkers. No bunkers, no defensive setup. He's going double eBay, double gases. He's embracing his production, getting to his third TC. Inexorable, he is none the wiser. And Eon, he's about to knock down that door. He's about to arrive. He's got 26 more lings on the way. The lings, they're coming. Lings are on the way, and Inexorable, is he cool with his pants down? I mean, again, the Marines, they do have stim. They can hold their own. Medevacs have arrived. Here come the Ravagers. And the Ravagers, they do push forward. No piles yet. The boys are being pulled. Piles on the depots. Depots will go down. And Eon, he is busted into the natural. Headed for the mineral line. The piles on the red. Up! Ooh. Graze the army. Graze the SCVs. The Marine count is still looking quite high. Tank is on the way. And Eon, oh, he has supply blocked. Inexorable. There we go. Just barely breaks out. Does call down the supply on the depot. Takes down both eBays. Third TC is mining, is operational. What does Eon go for? For now, he does not threaten the main. And the tank has arrived, and Eon, he gets the hell out of here. He backs off. He's droning. Eon is droning up. He rotates around towards the third base. He will find the CC. SCVs are kept alive. They are kept back. But Inexorable, we did save most of his workers. He goes back into mining here at the natural. Upgrades are heavily delayed. But he's safe. He survives. Inexorable, he does survive. Oh, he wants a tank. He wants it. He gets it. Oh my god, the Marines are going for the dive. Lings are forced to engage. Eon has to get the hell out of here. He's racing out, but Inexorable, he can chase him down. He can try. We'll catch 3 of those Ravagers. Overlord as well. Eon, he races back. He survives with 4 Ravagers. He's making roaches. Got 1-1 on the way. Infestation bit, that should be for infestors. And the question becomes, Eon, he did a good amount of damage, but was it enough? I don't think so. The reason for this, I mean, most of the SCVs were saved. Most of the workers were saved here at the third base as well. Inexorable, he was on 52 SCVs. He is ahead economically, plus mules. On top of that, with the medevacs, now the Marines can be active. So Eon, he's behind in the economy. He's still trying to keep up army-wise as well. I think Eon should be able to survive this push, but the question becomes, does Eon drone from here on forward, or does he go for a second all-in? The Queen's being timed down. 1 Queen falls. Again, Eon, he holds the line. Infestors are on the way. More gases. In a standard macro game, I do think that Inexorable is going to be overwhelming Eon, so the question becomes, when do we cut SCVs, if at all? So we have another double drop moving out. Anti-air is going to be quite limited here for Eon. Just trying to break down that mineral wall. Creep is being denied. And Inexorable being very careful. Cautious with how he does engage. Back at home, 1-1 upgrades. I mean, now they had to be rebuilt, had to be restarted. We can see Inexorable is getting ready for a Roach all-in. We have a wall of bunkers on the way. That's a lot of bunkers. And Eon, he is taking and droning. He's taking up into a hive, going into lurkers. Before we can get there, double jump into the main base, going for the mineral line. Actually going for +1. Upgrades should finish up in time, just barely up. Oh my god, does finish up. 1-1 does complete. Going for the second Evo chamber. Vengeance. Inexorably slimes both Evo chambers for losing both of his own E-bays earlier. I mean, he will delay 2-2, 100%. He will delay those upgrades. He doesn't deny anything. Barely did not get there in time. Inexorable. Gonna be moving out. Building up quite an army, quite a death blow of an army as well. And I do worry here for Eon. If he can somehow survive long enough to actually get into Lurker Tech, then sure. But that's easier said than done. Doom drop towards the left-hand side, still double drop on the right. Eon trying to keep up. He's keeping up with at least a drop on the right. The base is going to be denied. Force the cancel. Eon, nothing quite in position here towards the left. Doom drop does make it in. And Eon, somewhat in position. Shows the fungals. It graces the army. Nice spread here from Eon. Drones are going down. Do we have another fungal growth? Oh, not quite. And Eon will clean up these rings at the same time. Eon is in position, saves the right-hand base. Saves the fourth. Okay. Eon is keeping up. Did lose 9 drones in the process, but he survives. Does survive. Does hold. Now we can talk about the features of Crimson Court. It's a very defendable map. Center base is now being taken. More CCs on the way. Eon is going to try to open up the attack paths here, but again, the tank line is brutal. Yeah, the tanks are ready. Eon pushing forward. Oh my god, into a concave is still going to work? Oh my god. Not like this. Eon backs off. He's not going into Lurker Tech. He's going into Ultra Tech instead. But Eon does have to retreat. And again, breaking this position with Roach Hydra, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. This base towards the left-hand side is a little bit more vulnerable, but the tank line is still somewhat covering that. And there we go. Inexorable, he just walls up. He just walls up. He walls off. Oh no. We could be here for a while. Now, because Inexorable is being so defensive, it will allow Eon to max out. Inexorable, he's being active with drop play, but he's leaving his tanks back at home. We can see Eon rotate towards left-hand side. There's only a handful of tanks in position, but it's still enough. You can see here, Eon, he cannot push into either attack path, either on the right or the left-hand side. And this should be forcing, like, proper hive tech. I'm referring to Viper Tech alongside Ultras or Broodlord Infestor. Inexorable's looking very secure here. And he should be able to even expand and take this base as well. This choke point can be made use of. This is, again, one of the big features of Crimson Court, is just how fortifiable and how defendable you are, and how easy it is to cut the map in half, specifically taking this 5th base and this 6th base as well. I don't see Eon really stopping that, not with this kind of army. Now, the problem with Eon's force here is that he does have to refine his army as well. There are some Ultras on the way, and Ultras do have some dive potential, but they do need Vipers. Specifically to Blinding Cloud. To Blinding Cloud these locations to allow Ultras to actually get on top of the army. We need to get rid of these Roaches. The Roaches, they're hurting Eon more than they're helping him. And the problem is that Eon doesn't want to just throw them away. He wants to trade, but like, how do you trade against this? Like, it's not going to be an efficient. Oh no, it's not going to be an efficient trade. But he has to get rid of them just so we can max out properly. Until then, just building up more ultras, taking more bases, droning up. Likewise, Inexorable taking his 5th. It's time to strap in. Despite the initial opener, despite the early game, no, we're going for a bit of a longer one. Now, before this location really gets fortified, Eon could punish this. Right now, there's no planetaries, there's no turrets, there's nothing quite in position, no tanks either. And Eon, he is pushing forward. He can try to focus this CC down. The tanks as well. Ghosts have arrived. Eon going for the tanks. 1 tank goes down. 2, 3 tanks even. Again, much more efficient trades here from Eon. Takes down 4 tanks, and he's going for the CC. Very nicely done. And again, Inexorable, he just wasn't quite ready for this. He did not see the army coming ahead of time. And Eon needs to keep going. Not quite. No, I don't mean he needs to keep going into these bases, not at all. But he needs to make sure that this base doesn't get up and running. As I say that, double jump towards the left. 5 drone kills. Eon's still somewhat in position. But as I mentioned before, it is quite easy to secure this. And Eon is otherwise distracted, trying to keep up with the drops. As he pulls away, this base, it's going to get up. And turrets, towers. Inexorable now on 5 bases. I mean, he was delayed somewhat, but not for too long there. Eon actually going for a Doom drop. Okay. Bold move here. Gonna be diving in. Unfortunately, not enough room for every unit, but he'll make do. Headed towards the main. There is a sensor tower in position. Likewise, double drop is spotted. Earthlet's diving in, and Inexorable, he does scan, does confirm. And there are some Marauders in position. I believe this was a hit squad to snipe a Nidus Worm. Speaking of sniping, oh god. Ultras get sniped, Hydras get cleaned up, at the same time he hits the right inside and the center base, and he runs into a brick wall. He cannot knock it down. Oof, we spoke about it, pushing into tank fire, into Liberators. Double jump towards the left hand side. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel, and we have 10 more Ultras on the way. I'm not too fond of this, so Ultras, as you can imagine, they do have dive potential, that is true, and Ultras are ideal when it comes to breaking some siege lines, but specifically this, I'm not convinced. I mean, the SimCity is brutal. Again, planetaries, tanks, Liberators, Ghosts behind it as well with snipes and Marauders. I don't really see Ultras breaking any of these locations. I do think that Eon, in this kind of game state, you have to go Broodlord. You have to mass expand, take every expansion you can, try to outmine your opponents, get the better economy, get a larger bank, and just trade slowly over time, take a slower approach. It's not the most enjoyable way to play, true, it's not. But I think it might just be necessary. Meanwhile, the Ultras are breaking and they're pushing in. CC isn't ready, Planetary isn't ready. So here come the Ghosts. Oh god. And the snipes are going off. The Ultras, they melt, Sparky. They do break through some of the next massive fungal. Oh, the one Ultra. Oh my god, so much damage here. The massive fungal popping off. And that was the best trade that Eon could have hoped for. That was the best trade he could have hoped for. He brings down the base, these 13 SCVs, and how many Ghosts? 14. 14 Ghosts go down. Inexorable still has the supply lead. Eon has no bank. Inexorable still in a better position, but that could not have gone better. It's not enough, but I mean, that's the best that Eon could have hoped for here. Alas, Inexorable, he's going to be able to re-wall. He's re-establishing himself here. Inexorable's already re-maxed. And alas, Eon doesn't really have the economy to sustain that. I mentioned before that it was very important for Eon to try and take every base. Eon, he's only on 71 drones. His drone count is not good enough here to sustain those losses and to sustain that trade. And you can see that Eon, he is struggling to rebuild. So it was a good effort. It was a good effort, and the Fungal was the MVP there. I did not expect the fight to go that well for Eon. But he needs to do that, like, again, is the problem. Oh my, the Mule Hammer. Jesus. But yeah, Eon, he has to try to replicate that success. I also mentioned before, if you remember, when it comes to relying on an ultra-based army, I do feel like you do need Vipers. Without Vipers, without Blinding Clouds, it is that much more brutal for these ultras to try to break in. As we can see, Eon doesn't really have any spell cap. I mean, he's got Infestors, true, but he has no Vipers. He's making 6 more Ultras. A couple of Corruptors are on the way. The Corruptor upgrades just 1-0, so not the best upgrades either. And Eon has now remaxed, so has Inexorable. Now, the Ghost count for Inexorable, it is lower. Only 12, instead of the previous, I want to say, yeah, up to 16. And new towards the center, Eon does spot it. Eon pulls away. Eon does pull away in time. We'll distract. Oh, I mean, Inexorable just going to be distracting Eon. He set up. This time the planetary is ready. If you remember, Eon earlier, he broke through this location before the planetary did finish, but now the SimCity is much more secure. And Inexorable's next base should be here towards the left-hand side. Yeah, he's mining here. He's already breaking down these mineral walls and looking to take another expansion. And the reality is there's no reason for Inexorable to move out. There is no reason. All he has to do is expand, is take this base. Going for more nukes. Going for a little bit of harass here and there with the Liberators, with the Marines. Inexorable, he is securing himself. There we go, another wall of planetaries. Turrets, sensor towers. Getting another base. And Eon is stuck with this army. Now, what I will say is that, once again, before this area is secure, Eon, he can punish this. The nuke on the right. Eon does spot in time, does pull away. He's pushing in. Oh, the Ghost late response. Yeah, late snipes here from Inexorable. Fungal grazes with the Marauders. Tanks were on siege. Once again, the best fight possible here. The Microbial Shroud. Let's go. As Eon, he breaks past the base into the third as well. Not bad. Getting on top of the tanks. Trying to chase down those ghosts as well. Ooh, but the snipes are brutal. Yeah, detection was lagging a little bit too far behind. I mean, again, not the worst trade, not the worst fight for Eon. He will lose everything, though. All the ultras go down. Once again, this was probably the best engagement possible for Eon just before the wall was fortified, or the wall was secure. Oh my god, the Mule Hammer. Jesus, look at how many mules. Oh my god. But just before the wall finished, also as the tanks were on siege, and the ghosts were left idle as well. So, Inexorable, as he does get a bunch of drone kills. 15 drones go down. But Inexorable, he was caught with his pants down. So once again, best fight that Eon could have hoped for. And he's able to hold his own. Because of these fights, because... Oh, so we do have a bit of a pause. But because of some of these fights, because of some of these fights going so poorly for Inexorable, like Eon, he's making sure that Inexorable does not build up a bank. Which means Eon, he has a chance, definitely. Does have a chance in this game. Also, regarding to what Eon is referring to, he did let me know that apparently there was going to be a fire alarm, like a fire drill happening in his apartment. So that could be it. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. Hello, bienvenidos. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I see Kenny in the chat. See late Chrononauts as well. Kuro. Lunacy. Ares. Fala galera. Fala. Chema. Alright, also before when we were in our waiting screen, our countdown screen even, shout out to Blakeadoos. Blakeadoos subscribing for 13 months, over a year of support. Thank you, Blakeadoos, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. As yeah, we're settling into game one. It's gonna be a long one. It's oh my god. Is the rest of the bracket progressing? It is. So the rest of the bracket is progressing here. We have a lot of matches wrapping up. Oh my god. And we even have the quarterfinals now underway as well. I mean, it's gonna be a while till we get there. Oh god. Especially with this game one. But when it comes to updates, it looks like Dolan takes down Cos Phoenix 2-0, advancing on a face-off against Hon Mono in the second round. We have Captain Fish take down Matador 2-0 as well. Captain Fish now up against Shin in the second round. We have Rebellion takes down Dominoco. Geralt takes down Tuca, and Luna C takes down Cosmos. Here we go. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of weird to go over the bracket mid-game, but, the game is, again, I don't know how long the fire drill is going to be, so, could take a couple of moments here. But, yeah, the bracket has been progressing. Unfortunately, it looks like Dark Lorax was unavailable. Did let us know that Dark Lorax, he does have some classes at this time, so he was, not certain if he would be able to show up or not for his match. Alas, it was the walkover in the end. We had Dolan versus Honmono. That's going to be a close TBT. Do look forward to it. Likewise, Geralt and Lunacy as well in that PvP. I do favor Geralt, but best of luck to Lunacy in that Protoss versus Protoss. In that Protoss matchup. Rebellion waiting for either Shin or Captain Fish. A lot of Korean representation here, actually. I mean, a lot of our Korean regulars, I should say. We have Shin, we have Rebellion, we have Lunacy, we have Honmono, and don't forget, we also have Byun. Byun is in the upper half of the brackets. The number 1 and the number 2 seed are Byun and Shin, as you can imagine, and we'll see if anyone can stop Byun and Shin from facing off in the finals. We shall see. What am I doing? Just make it small. There we go. I was like messing around with it. So Byun and Shin are going to be kind of like the big names here, and I mean there are competitors, don't get me wrong. We have Geralt, we have Lunacy, we have Dolan, we have Honmono. We have players that can definitely threaten them, but best of luck. Best of luck to our players here. Likewise, no Estrella or Trigger here tonight, unfortunately. I do know that, again, our tournament has kind of switched days and switched time slots a little bit, so because that, it's going to take a little bit for players to get used to it, I'm sure. We'll get him involved. Get him in. But we might just go on a short break here. Just because we do have some downtime. And yeah, from my understanding, Eon, his apartment complex is having a bit of a fire alarm and sorry, a fire drill, what I meant to say. But hopefully it doesn't take too long. Ay. Really, his apartment complex is trying to save him from this, from this late game TVZ. They're trying to get him out. Not like this. But now though, yeah, I guess we might go on a short break. Hopefully everything is okay. Hopefully. And we'll be back soon. Just catching up. How big is the building? True. Morning, Mikachu, morning. Yeah, we'll be going on a short break. Be back shortly. Oh my god, we're back. Okay. There we go. Everything is good. We are back. And again, greater spires all the way. As I mentioned before, the win conditioning for Eon, I do think that, I mean, he's been quite fortunate with some of these ultra attacks, both on the right and left hand side, just before these areas were ready. But now, I can't quite say the same. Instead, Broodlords. Broodlords are going to be necessary. Unfortunately, there's only one spire. Eon can't really afford a second spire. You can see that Eon, he's really struggling mineral-wise. Doesn't really have much of an economy to work with. 65 drones. Inexorable, his worker count is low, but he can mule. As we've been saying, like, he can just mule his heart out. Oh, even catching a couple workers towards the south. Spores, they unfortunately are not within range. This may change in the future, of course, with the proposed change to the Liberator as well. I mean, kind of. As here we go, Eon diving in once again. This time a little bit less confident about. This time the tanks are sieged, Liberators are set, we have some freedom, we have plenty of snipes. Good fungal, but the snipes are popping off. Oh my god, it's a meat grinder. This was not the fight that Eon wanted. So many ultras go down, he gets 16 SCVs, but again, we don't care about SCVs, we have mules. We can just mule for days, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Massive mule hammer here at the expansion. Inexorable takes a massive worker lead, or sorry, massive supply lead. Army supply lead at that. And Eon, he does have to retreat, does have to back off. I mean, as we've seen so far in this game, like, ultras, they have their place, and under ideal circumstances, they can trade well. But you can see once the Terran player is secure like this, it doesn't quite work out. That's where Broodlords are necessary to break these locations. More importantly, patience is required as well. The reality is that Inexorable, he wants the Zerg player to push into him. Like, he wants to fight on his terms, with his tanks, with his planetaries, with his Liberators, his ghosts, well, everything ready to fight. That is what Inexorable wants. And Eon, he's been giving him what he wants as well. There's still a binding base. There's still a base available here on the right hand side. Eon's upgrades are still lacking as well. He's only got one for the Broodlords. Since I want to Broodlords, they're here. Broodlords are here. But unfortunately, again, because of the lack of economy, these Broodlords don't have the best upgrades currently. They're not quite there. They still have potential, don't get me wrong. And ideally, it'll be on Eon here to rotate between these bases, to like hit here on the right hand side and clean up these turrets, and then back off and rotate around towards the center, then rotate towards the left, and try to nibble away at the defenses with his Broodlords. And we might end up in a game state where Eon fully mines out his half of the map, Inexorable mines out his half of the map, and yeah, we just stare each other down for a little bit. This I'm not too fond of. We have some CCs on the way for Inexorable. Nuke is denied. Shorter spray, yeah. Shorter spray. Yo, the scouting CC. Let's go. Inexorable clearing up all this creep. There it is. A second spire is now on the way. Again, Eon doesn't really have the most amount of resources to make use of it, but we'll attempt to. Droning up on the right, or saturating on the right. And at this point, we may just mine out. It's looking quite likely. Now, soon, Inexorable is going to be desperate to expand because he's running out of resources. Like, he has one patch here on the right, he has nothing left in the center, he has 4 patches left on the left-hand side as well. So, Inexorable is going to break out, but Eon, he's not in position. He's out of position here on the right-hand side. Here we go, Inexorable, he's pushing onto creep. Eon, he has to respond. And he doesn't really have the best army for this. He's only got 7 Broodlords. How many Infestors? 3. And he's still keeping most of his army here on the right. As Liberation Zones have arrived, they're gaining ground. More planetaries as well. You see Inexorably slowly pushing forward here with all of his stacked defense. And it looks like Eon is a little bit terrified of a counterattack, but okay, there we go, Does respond. Now I do think that Eon is still lacking some spellcasters. It's not going to be easy. Inexorable freeing up supply. Going into Thor. Two 1 upgrades on the way for the Broods. Nuke is just gonna force Eon back. Oof. Yeah, too much liberation. Inexorable is just slow and steady. Now, again, because Eon took so long to take this base and so long to take this base, eventually Inexorable will claim this area. He just will. He will take this location and take the space for himself. And there is so many resources here for Inexorable to take. And again, a lot of this is because Eon, he didn't think that far ahead. He didn't saturate the space in time. And there's just so much resources here for Inexorable. Aye. And Eon can't really engage. But this is the PSA for Zerg players out there in late game TVZ. That's why it's so important to take these fringe bases early, to take resources away from the Terran. Oh, and Eon is gonna have to commit. Gets a decent fungal. Yeah, decent fungals here on the Ghost, but there are so many more Ghosts behind this. They shut down everything, the Corruptors, the Ultras, and now the Broodlords as well. Eon forced to take a bad fight, but again, he had to save the base, but he cannot. He cannot save the expansion. It is going to go down. And with the loss of this base, that means Inexorable will have an even base count with the Zerg, which means he'll just have more resources. And there we go. The Mule Hammer is real. Base goes down. And Inexorable does take an economic lead. Oh, the Mule Hammers. Oh my god, so many mules. Takes all the money. Again, so to be even for in TVT, the Zerg player does have to be up a base, ideally, just because their army is less efficient. But alas, now we're even on bases. Inexorable does take the economic lead, and Eon, he does remax. Has remaxed on Ling Ultra. I mean, he had to spend his resources. You can see here that he has no gas. The reality is that there is no gas for Eon, so all he can rebuild on is Ling. So it has to be just a Ling remax. And with Lings, he could get on top of the Ghosts. True. He can still take some decent trades. He can't do anything about the Liberators, of course, but Liberators are not ideal against Lings anyway. But if he wants to do something about this base, he has to do something now, before the Wall of Planetaries finish. They're coming. Liberation repositioning. Inexorable, he's almost mined the entire base. And next for Inexorable is going to be bottom right. And again, there's still a lot of resources here on the bottom right base. And it's looking so tempting here for Inexorable. 14 SCVs go down. Lings, they dive in. Ultra's trying to force their way through. And can they get on top of the Ghosts? Ghosts, they kite back to the planetary. Snipes are going off as well. And the Ultras, they do nothing. They get like one swipe off. True. They get 33 SCVs. The Liberators are being cleaned up. Not bad. Not bad here with the Corruptors. They do take down all the Liberators. The CC is going to go down, but here come the Ghosts. Here come the Snipes. Aye. And the problem here is that the Ghost did survive Overall, again, not the worst trade for Eon, but alas, Inexorable, he can continue mining. Eon still has a full mining base, so he can rebuild. And more importantly, I mean, he can at least remax with Lings. He's remaxing with Ling. All the Lings, Pappy. All the Lings. Ling Corruptor. Inexorable rotating. I do think that Inexorable, he does have eyes on this expansion, but at this point, I don't know if he can take it. Like, Inexorable, he lost a lot of his army supply there in that fight. He lost a lot of his Liberators, more importantly. So taking this expansion is no longer going to be an easy feat. If Inexorable was able to keep his supply alive and rotate, then he would have been able to, but not anymore. Base is going to go down. Inexorable's pushing. Lings can punish this on creep. Eon, he can do this. He can bring this back. Lings, they can catch out this army. The power of the Ling, Pappy. It's possible. I don't want to see Eon pushing into this, though. I don't want to see him try to, like, break this position. But whenever Inexorable moves on to creep, and it will happen, he will move out. Oh, the mules. When Inexorable decides to push on to creep, that's when Eon has to strike. We gotta be patient, Pappy, with the Mass Ling. And here he comes. The Lings, they do rotate, they do respond. And Eon, oh god, he wants it. He wants the armor. Okay, Inexorable, he backs off. He knows how vulnerable he is. Still muling. But again, whenever he goes for that move out once again, there's still so many resources here on bottom right on this expansion. Eon needs to be ready. Inexorable, he scans. Trying to take some of those resources himself. Lings are here. Lings are ready for this. We do need some detection, though. Let's go, the Massling army. Who needs gas? We have Lings, Pappy. True. Inexorable, he backs off. This is also where, like, I question the if you remember, I wasn't too fond of him making like as many turrets here or as much side defense. Fun fact, in the new proposed patch, that would actually benefit Inexorable so hard right now, is salvaging these turrets, because these turrets are doing nothing. These turrets are doing nothing for Inexorable right now. Same with some of these sensor towers. The ability to salvage those buildings would be insane. Would actually be insane. They'll take down the expansion. Denies the base. I do think that even though it's going to be maybe not the best engagement, I do think that Eon can push into this. He has enough of a mineral bank to rebuild his Lings. I do think that Eon has to be careful with his Corruptors, true. He doesn't want to throw them away. Just because Eon has no gas, like he can barely max. But Eon has to just be careful with his Corruptors. Engage with everything else. There we go, he does commit in. Liberator's going to be going down. Lings, they collapse on top of the Ghost. Fungal does connect as well. And he even snipes the expansion, takes down the CC. Does have to get out of here with the Corruptors. Oof. Bleeding out Ultras, bleeding out the Broodlord, I should say. But Eon, he can just remax on Ling. I'm not too fond of these Broodlords. I feel like the gas is so precious for Eon. Less convinced about that, but regardless, still an affordable trade for Eon. Making more Lings. And making a third Broodlord. And GG gets called. He does starve him at in the end, and Eon, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. I'm glad we switched the date so Bjorn can't just grind all 4 tournaments at the same time. I mean, he's still in the tournament. Like, he's still there. But GG, well played. Eon, he will take the first game. We'll take a lead in the series. GG. Also, my apologies. I just realized I did not open up predictions for the first series. I'll try and get on top of that for the second one. GG. Round of 16. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. I may as well just open up the predictions now, actually. And again, that could have gone either way. If you remember, there was some, like, ideal fights for Eon. We were talking about the ultra dive that he had on the right and left-hand side. Just before the planetaries were ready, as the tanks were unsieged. Like, there was some really, really, like, opportune moments for Eon where he fought better than he otherwise should have. I remember I was really surprised by how well he was fighting. By how well he did trade. Just because Inexorable was getting caught with his pants down multiple times. And did work out quite well for Eon. Did work quite well for him. But now here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Eon, he just messaged me. He said, I'm tired. Oh, no. I mean, that was, what, like a 40-minute game? Jesus. 45? Well, we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the yellow Terran player from Brazil representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in this series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Inexorable. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from Costa Rica representing License to Kill. It is Eon. Here we go. We're just catching up with the chat. Is Bjorn still waiting for the first round opponent? Yeah, he is. We go. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go over when it comes to the balance patch notes. I mean, we'll be going over it tonight. For those that are curious, we're going to be hosting the Pondcast in what, just under 12 hours? What, like 10 hours time ish? Like in around 10 hours, we're going to be live with the Pondcast, and we'll be going over all of the balance patch notes, going over our thoughts, our feelings. Myself and Yaku. And after this tournament cast, I'm probably going to go over the maps as well. I haven't actually delved into the maps themselves. I have heard a lot about them, but I do want to like jump into them and have a look at them myself before the podcast. So that'll be the plan. Until then, though, is going to be our initial setup. Hatch gas pool opener out of Eon. This time, not going for a pool first. As a reminder, I know it happened an hour ago, but Eon did open up pool first last game. Didn't quite work out well for him though. Didn't really get much value for it. This time, standard open. SCV being a nuisance. He wants the drone. Oh, he wants it. SCV. Likewise, Inexorable just going for a standard opener himself. Racks expand into factory. Most likely into a 3rd CC. Oh. But I will also try to nap before the podcast, just because I barely slept. Barely. Ooh, as Inexorable, thanks to his Reaper aggression, he does delay the 3rd. 3rd hatchery is delayed. Eon trying to move out with that drone, but last Reaper is in position. Oh my god. Gas Geyser is denied, and the hatchery is denied as well. Drone goes down. Massive pickoff. Yeah, big delay on the 3rd. 3rd CC's on the way for Inexorable, and Eon is stuck on 2 bases. Now, last game, Eon did play Roach, and he's most likely to play Roach again. But we'll see if that's the case. Ling speed is finishing up. Yeah, 16 Lings on the way. That's a lot of Lings. It's a big risk here for Eon. Basically, the goal here, the hope, is that he can try to hit the natural as the Hellions move out. There's an Overlord in position to scout, so Eon, he is somewhat ready for this. Lings, they will zone away the Reaper, and the rest of the Lings move out. Either you try to push in as the Hellions move out, or you try to catch the Hellions and surround them and snowball from there. As the first 2 Hellions will arrive, bunker is cancelled. Ling's getting in position. And does Eon pull the trigger, or does he wait? He's going to poke in. We'll spot the Hellions, dragging them out. Doesn't pull the trigger yet. Scan reveals the setup, the saturation, gas now being taken. That is an early lair for Eon. Ooh, that was like, what, a sub 4-minute lair timing. Interesting. Going up to 3 gases, double Evo chamber. So I was going to say 2-base Muta. I was going to assume Muta play, but with double Evo chamber, I'm less so thinking Muta. Roach Warren would have already been thrown down though. So I'm a little bit perplexed, a little bit confused. Confused as to what the lair is going to be for, as you wouldn't get into a lair this early on without good reason. Okay, melee and carapace. Double upgrades. Hellions move out, so Lings move in, but there are Marines. Yeah, the Marines in position. Lings, they don't get much done. Eon, he was hoping that he'd be a little bit more exposed, but alas, not the case. More Lings on the way. That's still a lot of gas, still no Bailey Nest. Okay, now it's all coming together. I was thinking Spire, I was thinking Mutas. Clearly not. It looks like Ling into Ultra. We're rushing into an infestation pit, and this should be for a fast hive. So fast hive tech here from Eon. Ling's getting ready for a drop into the main. Overlord speed is not done, so it's a bit of a slow drop of Lord, but we'll slip into the main. Inexorable's moving out. Actually, I say hive tech, and I do stand by that, but we may as well make some early infestors, just because there's no bailings. There we go. Infestors are on the way. Infestors are quite necessary in this kind of game state. Lings, they hit the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Inexorable, he will commit. And without those infestors, Inexorable is going to snowball out of control. He does catch the Lings. Oh my god. Lings, they trade they trade okay, but Lings go down. Nothing left to defend. Third base is exposed. And Eon, he's caught with his pants down. There's nothing here. Only one queen. Eon, he gets a couple of SCs across the map, but he's going to lose his entire mineral line. Drones are going down left and right. 9 drone kills to 8 across the map. Overlord has Infestor has arrived. Can get a fungal off. Still very efficient trades here from the Terran. There's the fungal. And Eon will survive, but this was not a clean defense here from Eon, and he does fall behind. Does fall behind in the end. Yeah, he just didn't really have the supply to defend. Wasn't ready for this, needed a little bit more time. More infestors on the way. As he's out of a fungal NG. Out of NG, diving on the main army. Gets us around, but again, he's trading against Marines. Yeah, the 1-1 Lings, they can only do so much. Eon gonna be forced back. This is almost like a Mio Micah style. There's that hive that we spoke about. Like Mio, he does something similar, or at least he used to, where he would also rush into ultras. And as we mentioned before, like that's what this is. We're rushing into ultra tech. That's why there's no Bailey Nest as well. Just Ling Ultra Infestor. The problem is that ideally, though, you have a good economy and you have map control to pull this off. And that's something that Eon doesn't really have. Skin reveals lack of saturation. Widow Mine's on the way with Drilling Claws, which is a good call from Inexorable. Another Ling drop. Let's go. Okay. As Lings, they slip into the main, getting a couple of SCVs. Meanwhile, Inexorable, he does not turn around. He commits. Does commit. Stimming on forward. Infestors have to back off. Adrenal's on the way. And Eon, he knows he can't fight this head on. He's going for a counterattack instead. Going for the third. And he will delay mining, true, but he won't do much more than that. Maybe gets a couple of depots. Doesn't push into the natural. Meanwhile, Inexorable is. Pushing into the natural base. Going for the kill. Eon trying to come in from behind. Fungle's going to be popping off, but there's no follow-up. Oof. Yeah, brutal tank shots. One Infestor goes down. Lings, they race back home. And Eon, he might be able to hold on here. Yeah, he will take down the final tank. Fungal goes off. And Eon holds. Eon, he holds for now, but here come the reinforcements. Here comes the second wave. The second army. And Eon, he's going to try to pull off this final stand. He gets a couple of fungals off, which is impressive. Oh my god. Jesus. Very impressive fungals. Ultra production has... He's got the ultras. He's getting there. The ultras back. Lings once again moving out. Inexorable mining at the third. Ultra is spotted. Lings, they do manage to get some SCVs. Not bad. 11 SCV kills. 12. Very nice damage at the Eon. Lands another fungal. Takes down more Marines. We're getting scrappy. Worker counts are similar. Kindness Plating finishing up for the Ultras. Adrenal is done. No 3-3. There we go. +3 melee now beginning. Eon going for the Ultra drop. Jesus. The one Ultra drop. Let's go. He's floating in. Ah. Oh my, the thud that you hear when it lands. Jesus. I mean, hey, gets into the mineral line, gets 4 CV kills, not bad. Up, up. At the same time, the main army getting ready here outside of the bases. Can we save the Ultra? Nah, not at all. There's no borrow, unfortunately. Ultra pulling away, getting one more Marine. Gets, oh, not bad. Gets 2 swipes. You know, Ultras, they hit the third. Taking down 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. Marine reinforcements as well. Fungal does connect with the Marauder. Oh my god, and he does it! He breaks him! GG! Oh my god! Eon, he's crazy! He breaks Inexorable and he will take the series at 2-0. GG. Oh my god. A very scrappy game. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Eon as he does take the series 2-0, and he causes, I would say, an upset. I would say an upset against Inexorable. Inexorable is the favorite player coming into this, but he pops off. GG. Congratulations to Eon as he does advance on. My condolences to Inexorable. Again, Inexorable, he played very well, both in Game 1 and in Game 2. I still favored him for the most part here in this series. But last Eon, he caused a lot of chaos. He caused a lot of havoc as well. Just a really unorthodox style, especially this one, just going mass Ling into Ultra, into Hive Tech with Infestors. It's not a very standard style. It's not something that I'm sure Inexorable plays against often. I'm sure it's very unorthodox, and because of that, again, he's kind of lacking experience in that kind of game state. And yeah, once things got a little bit too crazy, alas, he was pulled apart towards the end. GG. GG, well played. Eon will take it. And with that, do we have our next opponents? We have updates at least. We have updates coming in. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and have a look. From the top, we have... From the top, we have Honmono. Honmono takes down Dolan 2-0, does advance on into the upper semifinals. Very impressive stuff there out of Honmono. I do wish that we were able to catch that TBT. I hope that Dolan had a good performance though. Dolan, our boy, does go down in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we have Shin versus Rebellion, currently mid-series, currently ongoing in a best of 3. Geralt versus Lunacy as well. Quickly checking here. Looks like they are also mid-series, mid-game. Meanwhile, Beyond versus Arez has begun. Arez takes down Tatagiba 2-0. Very impressive, Tatagiba. He is a GM. He is a GM 5K Zerg player. But Arez, he does bring him down 2-0. Very impressive. I know that Arez has been improving a lot recently. Recently, Arez has kind of promoted, or he's kind of risen from the academy. He can no longer compete in our amateur events. So, yeah, really cool to see that he also takes down Tatagiba as well. Very impressive stuff there from Arez. We need to lower our tournament that's aired before a high-level tournament, and then we call it the Starfish Stalling Open. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, we do have plenty of amateur events. Just saying. We have MSO and SDO. But, regardless, with that, GG, well played. We'll just update the score. Update. And I guess we have some downtime. It is also quite possible that we will have to cast. We might just jump from the round of 16 to the semis, depending on what becomes available next. We'll see. As Lunacy and Geralt just got out of game. Go. Did it just get out of game? And it looks like we're about to get a scoreline here. I could hop on over to the Korean server to try to catch Shin and Rebellion. Hold on, just trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to get some updates. And as a reminder as well, we will be casting both semifinals. Both semis will be casted leading into the grand finals as well. We'll get there. We will get there. Looks like, okay, we do have the update here. Geralt, he takes down Lunacy 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, but Geralt does take it and is waiting for his next opponent, either Rebellion or Shin. And that means we are going over to the Korean server, and we'll try to catch Shin and Rebellion, otherwise lower semis. So from round of 16 to lower semifinals, it's possible. It's possible. And that was a long series. I just got a bunch of achievements. I don't know what happened. But yeah, that means we have some downtime. So we're going to be going on a short break. I do see that Shin and Rebellion, they're 10 minutes into their game. So they've been in there for 10 minutes. They might be in game 1. They might be in game 2. I'm not so certain. So we'll wait for them to wrap up. And then we will either jump in mid-series or we will jump into the semifinals. One or the other. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. You know what it is. Drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, and we'll be back soon with our next series. With some kind of StarCraft. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break and that brutal OST as we have returned with the quarterfinals. And we are jumping in mid-series and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Again, we are jumping in mid-series. We're already getting into game number 2, so Shin has a lead. Shin is the favorite player to have a deep run in this tournament. And we'll see if Rebellion can stop him. We'll see if he can slow him down and force an ace match. I want to believe. Do want to believe. We missed out on game 1, was around an 11 to 12 minute game, but we are now able to embrace the rest of the series. Also a shout out to the turtle. It's beautiful. Exclamation mark Macherino in the chat if you guys want to have if you guys want to support the tournament. Again, shout out to Protostegosaurus for helping to boost the prize pool. Mark BT is the main sponsor of the tournament, but Protostegosaurus has also added the prize pool as well and has doubled the prize pool. So much love to Protostegosaurus. Gracias, papi, gracias. Also for this tournament, for the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, top 4 do get paid out, not just top 2. So with that, yeah, our players are fighting to get into the money, to get into that top 4. We'll see if they can. For now, we do have our gate expanded to Cybercore. Standard opener out of Rebellion. Likewise, Shin going Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool. The turtle. It's beautiful. It's waving to us. Hello. Bienvenidos. La tortuga. No. And from here, so far everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. Just droning up, getting into our queens, our initial lings. Ling speed is on the way, pulling out of gas. And really, my eyes are going to be on Rebellion. Oh, going for a Stargate. Okay, I was going to say the Rebellion, he can be quite aggressive and quite assertive in this matchup. We have seen a lot of all-ins out of Rebellion as well, off of 2 bases. With a Stargate opener, everything looks normal, but this could be a Stargate into a Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts before the 3rd. That is possible here for Rebellion. Could even be Stargate into Void Ray into, Sky Toss. Rebellion, he has options. We'll see what he goes. Or it could even just be a standard game. True. Could be an Oracle into a 3rd into Macro. Crazy. We'll see. Did we ever decide on a turtle's name? I know that we have Tony somewhere, right? I can't recall. Because I remember we hadn't... there was a name that I liked, but because we also have a tuna, I think we might have had like the tuna be someone else instead. Yeah. Tony was the tuna. So the turtle has to be someone else. What's his name? We'll figure it out. Tuna's name should be Ryang. It should be Dongwon. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The tuna should be Ryang. It's too on the nose though. And here we go. Lings are moving out. Oracle has arrived. Is going to be a 3rd base. And so far, everything's looking standard. Everything's looking macro here out of Rebellion. But the Lings are soon to arrive to try and delay the 3rd expansion. The Adepts are looking quite low. Nice shuffling of the units. Oracle has arrived, and Rebellion, he will defend, he will survive. Defends a 3rd. Oracle did race back home. So far, Rebellion is secure. Call it Hung Mono. Hung Mono is not a turtle. He is an animal, though. Hung Mono is an animal. True. A different kind of animal, I think. Not quite the turtle. As Shinny threatens the expansion, I mean, we do have a good amount of adepts. It's going to be 5 adepts here for Rebellion. They are glaveless, bear that in mind. But they will be able to harass, apply some pressure, move out across the map, and threaten the third base of Shin, or the bases, the mineral lines. As Rebellion is now moving out, he's got triple Oracle to support. Plenty of Oracles. +1 and Blinker on the way. Standard game here at Rebellion. Let's go. Standard setup. The Oracles, they do catch a Queen. One Queen goes down, but the others, they do arrive. Shinny rotates, he responds. Lings, they do get eyes on the Adepts, at least. And they will threaten the third. Oh, the Stalkers, they get surrounded. Blink isn't done, no! Yeah, Blink is not done, but there is the overcharge. Yeah, Shinny has to respect it, he backs up. Rebellion does defend. At the same time, Oracles, they do get across the map as well. Going for the main. Hydra Den on the way. Shin going Ling Hydra. Did have the safety Roach Warren. And the Oracles, they don't get much damage done, they just get some revelations. Trying to get a read on what's going on, checking the vision. Rebellion, he has not seen the Hydra Den, he is currently in the dark. Somewhat. I mean, he sees all the gases, so, I mean, it has to be something gas intensive. Whether it's Hydras, whether it's a Spire. Rebellion is yet to piece it all together. Back at home, going for a very ground-based composition. Initially, +1 Blink Stalker into Temple Archives, into Storm, I imagine. Not into Colossus. Temple Archives is on the way. Or is now finishing up. Shin taking another expansion. That is a second Robo, so it looks like massive mortar production. Shinny gets a surround. It gets up the fourth base. The fourth base is going to be cancelled. Yeah, there's no saving it. And hopefully it is cancelled in time. Up! No! No cancel, it's a kill. Kill on the expansion. The Rebellion otherwise distracted by the Hydras. Lings, they come in from behind. Blink is on cooldown. Adept goes down, a couple Stalkers as well. Brutal pickoffs. The Rebellion is in trouble. And behind this, it isn't just Hydras. We have the Lurker Den as well. Lunkers are on the way. It's going to be Ling Hydra Lurker here from Shin. And Rebellion, he's just not quite ready for this. He lost too much coming into the mid-game. Is trying to fortify himself here with Archons, Immortals, and Storm. And given time, Rebellion, he should be able to hold on. He should be okay, but he does need more time. And Shin is moving out. Shin is massing up some Ravagers. Building up on Hydra. Pushing across the map. Hive is not yet done, but Shin, I mean, he can push in before the Lurkers are ready. You could try. Ling Scout does get eyes on the Storm. He does see all the High Templar, true. And that may deter Shin from engaging. Especially with these slow Hydras. Could have called the Turtle Tuna just to confuse everyone. The tuna. Oh no. Who's on first? How does it go? Who's on first? Is it what's on second? I don't. It's been a while. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. Okay, what's on first? Who's in the outfield? Oh no. Shin is going to be reaching over the Lurkers. They have arrived. Oh my god. Storm does graze the army. Shin looking for another way in. Will get on top of the goal base. That's the Lunkers. Oh my god. 11 Lunkers here for Shin. Ooh, another kill. Does kill another expansion. Not a cancel. Double Storm. Not bad. Storms do connect. But the Lunkers are slowly inching forward. Lurker range is done. Yeah, brutal Spine Shots are going up. Shin, he's maxed out, encroaching upon the fourth. Yeah, and Rebellion just cannot push into this. Yeah, a lot of Immortals going down. There's 2 Immortals falling. There's, what, 5 Immortals left. And Rebellion is going to be Shin is going to be reinforcing with those Nidus Worms. The Lurking Hunt is being thinned out somewhat. To get the Revelations going off as well. But here we go. Nidus into the main, actually. Oh my god. There is a cannon in position. The Nidus might be denied. Hopefully. There we go. Nidus is shut down. Alright, Lurk is pushing forward. Within range of the Gas Geyser, another Nidus Swarm further back in the main next to the Dark Shrine. Tempest production has begun, but here come the Lurkers. Here comes the Nidus. Yeah, this time it does finish, and we're getting us up with the production. Mothership has arrived, but there is detection. Yeah, there is the Overseer. And the Hydras, they can just start a step forward. They take down the Mothership, minus 300 for one of the last times. They're making it expensive again. And Shin has control of the main. He has control of the main base. Gets on top of the Stargate. We'll clean everything up. Nexus goes down. Oh, recall is denied. And Shinny just pulls Rebellion apart. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Shin as he does take the series. Again, he was the favorite player coming into this. But a shout out to Rebellion for taking a different approach. I was expecting Rebellion to go for some kind of all-in, but no, Rebellion, he went for a standard macro game. He went triple Oracle into a third, into a fourth, into Storm double Immortal production. Like, he was, playing straight up here against Shin. Unfortunately, he kind of stumbled his way into the mid game. If you remember, his fourth base was killed. His Adept Harass was shut down as well. The Oracles didn't get much damage done either. So unfortunately, Shin, his defenses were a little bit too good. His aggression, likewise, too good as well. GG. GG, well played with that. Shin will advance on into the semis. And we have our next set of matches here. We have some updates in the bracket. On the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up. We have some updates. We have Beyond. Beyond takes down Nadez 2-0. Beyond now up against Eon in the quarterfinals. As the quarterfinals is underway, we have to focus on the semifinals as Shin advances on the face-off against Geralt in the best of 3 semifinals match. That is coming up next. Coming up next on the channel here. Let's go. Let us go. Vetoes are underway. And we are somewhat nearing the end of the tournament. We should have 3 series left here. It's going to be the lower semis, followed by the upper semifinals, followed by the grand finals. So 3 matches remaining. And our players will need a moment to set up. We'll need a moment to get things going. Again, predictions will soon be open in the chats once we are ready for it. And until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, caress your carriers. Is that no? Cuddle. There we go. Cuddle your carriers, stretch your roaches, and we'll be back soon with the lower semis with Shin versus Geralt. See you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 21. Your now bi-weekly dose of Open StarCraft. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our PvZ, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going, because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on how you think this series will progress. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Cool. As we are going to be settling in, Shin forced like the unnatural natural, the first big deviation here. Meanwhile, Geralt just going gate expand, a standard opener out of our Protoss player, and a slightly more disrupted opener by Shin, by the Zerg. As we are settling in. Again, best of luck. For those that are curious as to the seeding of this event, the number 1 seed was Bjorn, of course. The number 2 seed is Shin. We mentioned earlier, could anyone stop Bjorn and Shin from meeting in the grand finals? I do believe that Geralt is one to stop them. He is one to stop them. He is one that can pose a threat to these players. We'll see. We'll see if he can. For now, is going to be tasing away at that drone, being as annoying as possible, trying to force some inefficient mining. We've already seen a taste of Shin as a ZVP, but Shin can be very chaotic in this matchup as well. We've seen him more often than not embrace mutas whenever he can, go for these roach all-ins, go for these timings. Doesn't have to play straight up as well. Shin can be a hard player to read. Meanwhile, that probe wants the drone. Oh my god, Geralt, calm down. He wants the drone. We'll finally pull away. Going for his take of choice. Looking like a Stargate opener based on the pylon positioning. And we have Shin opening up with this handful of lings. 6 lings are on the way to defend, to scatter across the map. There's that Stargate for Geralt. Meanwhile... Okay. Yeah, there we go. He does make an extra pair of lings, so 8 lings in total. Interesting. That's a lot of lings already. Making more lings behind this. He's going for a third base. That's a lot of lings here for Shin. He is moving out. How many? 12 in total. And the goal here is to bust into the mineral line, maybe even get on top of the pylon. Adept has arrived. Overlord's in position. He's waiting for the Adept to move out. And here come the lings. Here comes Shin's ling flood. This is not all in, but this can end the game. As the Adept doesn't commit, is staying back at home. Lings, the surround! Oh, the surround! The Adept gets caught out, and is that game? The pylon's under fire. Depowers the gateway. Oracle's still on the way, and probes are going down. This is just far too much damage already. Ay. Shin being so cheeky. Not like this. Link speed kicks in. Adept recalls back home. Oh my god. But this is, again, already so much damage. 7 probe kills. 8 probe kills. Ay. Going for the backup pylon. And the pylon after that as well. Oracle has arrived. Ling's going to be zoned away. But this is already so much damage. Not like this. And behind this, Shin is droning. Shin, he's just happily droning up. Getting another expansion. Oracle forced to waste this energy back at home to defend, so no energy left to harass, and it's a rough start for Geralt. Rough start, man. Not like this. As these 2 oracles have a lot of work to do. They've got a lot to do here across the map as they move out. Back at home, what do we have? We have 2 queens and a spore at the natural. We have a spore on the way at the third. We have a spore in the main. We have spores everywhere. Queens everywhere as well. Shin, he's ready. He's ready for the defense. Oracles, they rotate between the bases. They head for the main. Queen's in position. And the oracles, they get 0 damage so far. Shin is supply blocked. Ooh, quite heavily supply blocked. 5 overlords on the way. So Shinny will have to break out, going for a safety Roach Warren. Likewise, Geralt is resaturating himself, getting his third. His third is delayed. Now, despite the supply block, and hey, the Phoenix is putting in some work. Do you get an Overlord? Going for another. Despite that, I will still favor Shin's position. He's still ahead economically. And he won't necessarily take into Roaches. The Roach one is just for safety, just in case there is an all-in. We can see that Geralt, he's not going all-in. He's trying to recover, trying to macro. Oracles are still being active. We'll see what Geralt can get done. Behind this, Temple Archives on the way. It's going to be for Storm. It's going to be a Storm-based composition. Geralt's walling up. And Shinny's still relentless. No shield battery! No! She's still relentless. I mean, thankfully there are some oracles back at home, but two of them save go down. Still efficient trades here by Shin. Geralt, he's fully walling off. Yeah, the goal here for Geralt should be just to defend, just to fortify himself, turtle up, and try to catch up here with Shin. It's not going to be an easy game here for Geralt, not whatsoever. Still has a little recovering to do. Phoenix into the main. Threatens the base. Lings, they confirm gases, they confirm saturation, they get eyes on the High Templar as well. And Shin, he should be taking towards lurkers again. I mean, the infestation bit's on the way, that's going to be for the Hive. No hydrogen yet. Roaches are amassing. Overlord speed's on the way. Shin, he's actually going for a bit of a queen walk. Yeah, the queens are moving out. Overlords are on the way as well to spread creep. Here comes the Ling Roach and Ravager. So Shin is going to try to break Geralt before he can really stabilize, before he can build up. Some cannon, shield battery, stasis traps as well. There are some storms. And can Geralt hold? Stasis traps, they are baited out. One of them at least. Oh my god. And another. Yeah, better stage traps do connect. Files on the cannon. So far, Geralt, he's buying time. Cannon is going to go down. Geralt, he's supply blocked. Oh, now is not the time. Storm does zone the army away. Overlords have arrived. Yeah, the creep is spreading. Nice transfuse here from Shin. Does some of the Ravagers. Takes down another shield battery. The Archon goes down. No more storms. And no storms left. Shin, he can keep going. He has anti-air as well. Gets on top of the Archons. Denies any other storms. And even the Oracles can't do much here. Not with all these queens. Again, it was just a rough start for Geralt. And Shin, he's snowballing out of control. Getting on top of the last remnants of the army. There's a couple of stalkers left. GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. Just a brutal start for Geralt. As a reminder, winding it back, Shin, he made 12 Lings at the start of the game. He moved out across the map. He surrounded the first Adept. And as soon as that first Adept got surrounded, I mean, that was game then and there. He was able to kill the pylons, able to cripple the economy, force back the Oracle, just so much damage, game-ending damage at the start of the game. From there, it was on Geralt to try to recover, but he was just unable to. And Shin snowballed out of control, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. And of course it is. If you've been tuning into the channel for the past, like, 2 months, you would know about the meme, about... the fact that, I mean, I've even been talking about it with Yaku during the podcast about Dynasty. Shin, he is one of the few Zerg players that consistently does not veto Dynasty. Doesn't matter if it's a best of 5 or a best of 3. Dynasty in ZVP keeps getting through the veto process for Shin. I'm shaking my head. Shin is quite fond of it, for good reason. I mean, Shin, he does have a very unorthodox, very specialized build on this map, and we'll see if we get to experience it again here against Geralt. I'm referring to a Spine Rush. If the Protoss player goes for the goal base, then Shin is very, very willing to Spine Rush his opponent and try to punish the gold. We'll see if we can get there. Every time. No. We'll see if he does it again. Now, he doesn't Spine Rush every time we load into Dynasty, but more often than not. More often than not. We'll see. As we're getting into game number 2. And to be fair, Shin, he also doesn't veto Dynasty against Terran as well. He's an animal. Aye. Plays very differently against Terran, though. Very differently. We might get into that later on. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Jin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Geralt. And I wonder if Geralt's been watching, because Shin, he's been notorious for spine rushing this location at the gold, and Geralt is not going for the gold base, he's going for the standard natural. The pylon has been placed, Geralt, he's walling off here at the ramp, and he's setting up to expand on the low ground. Meanwhile, Shin going for the gold. He's going for his own gold base instead. Now, it is very commonplace here in this matchup for Zerg players to take this gold on the left-hand side. The reason for this is that they can get into the high-yield gas geyser and go for a roach all-in. This is usually for roach all-ins. You can see Geralt, he's scouting, he checks the natural, checks the third, doesn't check the gold yet, but he's on the way. Yeah, he's on the way to check the gold to confirm, and it's going to be on Geralt to punish this expansion. Now, the way to defend here, especially because it's so isolated compared to your own main, is stack defense. To invest into spine crawlers, into spore crawlers. That should be kind of the direction here for Shin, with heavy queens as well, but we'll see. We'll see how hard he commits. We'll see if Geralt can punish this. Geralt, he does go for the gold! Okay! I mean, he scouts, he sees the gold, he goes for his own. He's going for his own gold base as well. Walling up here on the low ground. And again, we'll see if Geralt can punish the expansion. But now we're settling in, we're calming things down. Shin, he is just droning up, saturating Maynard's over, saturates the gold. We'll soon be saturating the gas geyser as well. Geralt, he checks to see if Shin is being a little bit greedier and going into a faster third. Shatter to the turtle. Meanwhile, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Geralt. Makes sense, so it looks like he's going into Glaive Adepts. I mean, it could be DTs as well, one or the other. Glaive Adepts or Dark Templar. But aggression from the Protoss. And again, as we mentioned before, the onus is on Geralt to punish Shin. Because on the one hand, sure, Geralt, he has his own gold, that is true, but he does not have the high-yield gas. As the gas is being prioritized, and this should lead into roach play. Until then, we're setting up. Robe has been placed. We are not pulling out a gas. This could be a Dark Shrine. I'm leaning towards it until we pull out. We shall see. Now Adepts are moving out. Trying to get a read on what's going on. And yeah, Geralt, he is staying in those gas geysers. I mean, there's going to be layers to this, because on the one hand, it's going to be a Twilight Council, but with a gold as well. There's the Dark Shrine that we did mention, so it is a DT opener. Overlord is coming in for a scout, and Shin, he's going to be able to see everything. Yeah, brutal scout here. Geralt, he won't be able to catch Shin off guard. Spore's already on the way. And the Overlord will confirm, sure, there is a Stalker in position, but alas, it won't be good enough. And the Dark Shrine is scouted. Shin knows. Shin, he knows to be ready. We should be seeing spores in every mineral line. Creep is spreading. Roaches are going to be amassing. There's the Roach Warren for Shin. Boy. Shinny should be secure. Prism is moving out. You can see Shin spreading creep here behind the base as well. Now, if the DTs don't do any damage, of course, they can morph into Archons. Yo, shout out to Sinistro. Fala galera, papi. Shout out to Sinistro. But we had like 6 Brazilian players sign up today. Where were you, Sinistro? Where was Sinistro? Cosmos signed up. Shout out to Cosmos. He was playing in today's tournament. He got all the other Brazilian players to sign up as well. Cosmos. Meanwhile, the Archons are morphing in. DTs were deflected. 7 actually, yeah. Ah. As Geralt does get 1 drone so far at the natural. Gets an overlord as well. Supply blocking Shin. Shin supply blocked. And I was curious how we're going to make use of this gas geyser. I was assuming Roach all in. There are Roaches, that is true. But Shin, he has other plans. He's going for the Spire. Spire hidden behind the main base. We have 2 gases in the main, 2 gases here at the natural. And of course the high yield gas geyser at the third as well. Plenty of gas to work with. Mutas are on the horizon. And this is where I do worry for Geralt. Because of the opener, I mean, some of his tech is a little bit more delayed. There's no Stargate, there's no Phoenix potential, no Phoenix production. As the Prism does move out. Gets eyes on the 4th. Queens are keeping up, they're already in position. Do we have a transfuse? Oh, 1 queen goes down. High energy queen as well. Not bad. The Prism, no, but the Prism goes down. Forces a recall. And what's concerning here with the death of that Prism, no scouting. That means no scouting information. There's no vision of the main, no vision of the gases. Geralt doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. There's a safety cannon here at the gold, thankfully.
I am here in the shadows.
It is setting up. Meanwhile, we are getting ready. +1 air attack is on the way. I mean, this main army here for Shin can do quite well against a Roach-based composition just because of how many Archons and Immortals there are. But he's going to be contained. Disruptors, they won't help too much either. Mutas are moving out. We have how many in total? We have 9. 9 mutas here, soon to be 16. They can one-shot probes. Sure, there's a cannon, but, I mean, the mineral line is still under threat. Getting 3 probe kills so far. Mutas, they rotated to the main. Cannons in position. That's still another 6 probes. Looks like one of the mutas should go down. Oh my god, going past the cannon! Not bad. And nice juggling here with the Archon. The final Archon should go down. Oh my god. Nice control out of Geralt. That was 5 mutas falling. Geralt, he's holding his own. Oh my god, the Archon volleys. They're crazy. And Shin has to calm down. He has to respect the Archons. He's making more mutas behind this. Mass Muta against Stalker Archon, that I'm not so sure about. I'm concerned here for Shin's army composition. Does have some Roaches on the ground to support, but he's made so many mutas. Meanwhile, Geralt is not counterattacking, he's just securing his 4th. So Geralt, he's just taking a more defensive stance. He's got Archons on one side, Stalkers on the other. Just trying to hold on. Catching up more mutas. He is trying to keep up. Behind this, working towards Storm. Mutas, they still find a way in. 1 muta goes down. Ooh, Prism finally goes down with an Archon. Not a bad pickoff. And as Shin distracts, the Ling Roach Ravager hits the fourth, or hits the gold. Gets a couple of workers. Geralt has to respond. Now, what's important as well, as the armies do trade... Oh, there we go, off. Oh my god, massive chunk of roaches go down. Is that Shin, his economy has been left untouched. He's got 80 workers, he's getting up to 5 bases. Shin, he can max out, he can sustain some of these trades. Geralt, less so. So even though Geralt, he's been doing a really good job at defending, on top of that, because of that, he hasn't been able to harass. Hasn't been able to do much about Shin. Stalkers are keeping up with the rotations. Oh my god. Yeah, Shin investing quite hard here into mutas, and so far it hasn't really been worth it. He's gotten a couple of workers here and there, and he has at least forced his opponent to be contained. But still not the best trades. I do like this here from Geralt. He's walling off as he's slowly mining through the minerals. But the mutas are here. And they go for the cannon. Overcharge does keep it alive a little bit longer. Cannon goes down. 6 probes. Shin backs off. Oh, he wants the Archons. Oh, it's not going to be a pretty trade though. It gets 2. 24 mutas have gone down. The value here, the efficiency out of Geralt, it's been insane. And at a certain point, I feel like Shin should calm down, but no, he's still making more mutas. He's not stopping. I do worry here that the ground army is going to be struggling as a result. We'll see. As you can see, Geralt in position to protect his 5th. Mutas, they hit the gold. Forcing a recall. Gets an Archon. Mutas, they dive into the main. Oh, they're left idle for a moment. And Shin instead, he's going for the 3rd. Bailey, they crash in the high tempo. No! Storms are thrown down, but they bust into the mineral line. 11 probes go down. 15 even. 19 probes. Mutas, they go for the 5th, and Shin, he's pulling Geralt apart. Disruptor's getting caught out as well. 1 Disruptor goes down. Just the 1. He wants another. Gets 2. Gets 3. Oh, God. 3, 4 Disruptor kills. Not like this. The Nexus as well. And Geralt, he was defending. He was fortifying himself and playing well for so long this game. Until now. Here, he just lost every single Disruptor. He lost his economy. 20 probe kills. The 4th base as well. And now he's all in. Now, Geralt, he has to counterattack. He has to commit. No storms either, though. He pulls back. He just warps in a wave of High Templar, but he has to wait for Storm. They're still a ways off. That is a lot of High Templar, but he's stuck at home, and Shin, he counterattacks. Counterattacks once again. Going for the cannons, going for the upgrades. Even just trading with the Stalkers. Has to respect the Archon, has to back up. Bailey's rolling in, forcing out storms. Oh, they deny +3. +3 is denied. Nexus as well. Mutas, they hit the 5th. Again, Archon's having a hard time keeping up. 14 probe kills. And some Stalkers. And again, because the economy, Shin is getting a 6th expansion. But because the economy, Shin, he can just keep remaxing. You can just keep rebuilding, replacing these mutas. So even though Shin hasn't had the most efficient trades, it's still worth it. It's still something he can afford. And he made up for it earlier, knocking down these bases. Denying the expansions, now there's a way right into the main. Massive Ling Flood into the main base. Recall's on cooldown. There's no turning back. Oh wait, no, never mind. Recall just came off cooldown. Never mind. Does recall back. Oh, the tech! Templar Archives goes down. No more High Templar, no more Storms. At least... no additional. I mean, God, that's still plenty of High Templar to work with. Will have to be rebuilt. The Lings are locked in! The pylon finished! Oh my god. The Lings are locked in. Nice cleanup out of Geralt. Likewise, Geralt, this time he's keeping up with the mutas. And with this many storms, I feel like Geralt's next move out, I mean, it has potential. Definitely does have potential. But as he tries to move out, Shin, he just keeps counterattacking. Keeps going for the main. Or for now the third. Dark Shrine goes down. Busts into the mineral line, getting a pylon. How many meters do we have? 28! Now 27. A couple of meters get picked off. No, the mineral line! Again. Geralt, he's having a very hard time keeping up. Here comes the Ling Bane. We do see Shin getting ready for a surround. He wants those stalkers. At least the High Templar are safe. Baneling's rolling in. Oh, having a hard time choosing. What to do for the stalkers. The probes! Oh my god. Yeah, where does he go? The probes! No, they're trapped! There's no way out of this! Oh my god, Banelings that don't even connect. They don't even get wasted on the workers. 9 probes go down to the mutas. And here we go. Here comes the counterattack, and we have plenty of storm. How many High Templar? 7. 7 High Templar. Show us the storms. Shin is going for a base trade. He's going for the base trade instead. I mean, he knows he cannot engage with this army. No with Ling Muta. But there are lurkers. There are lurkers backing him to defend. Ay, ay, ay. Shin is ready for this. The lunkers are in position. Recall to the natural. Main base goes down. The tech is exposed. Now Shin will at least get an expansion. Does get a hatchery. Might even get 2. Let's say that lurkers are in position. Muta's going to be forced back. So Geralt, he gets 1 expansion, but there are lurkers everywhere else. The lurker switch just in time for Shin. He's getting to +2 range. The High Templar getting called out. The Banelings, they don't connect. But they go for the mineral line instead. Just crippling the economy. And again, despite the fact that Geralt, he was keeping up with the mutas for most of this game, remember, he was keeping up, he was punishing Shin. It took a long time for Shin to finally get some damage, but Geralt, he never threw down a Stargate. He never threw down a Stargate, he never began Phoenix production. Despite how heavily invested Shin was in mutas, Geralt, he just committed to a ground-based army, and he was keeping up for a while, but eventually he was pulled apart. Eventually he was just pulled apart left and right in between the bases. Eventually, Shin, he found the damage he was hoping for, and it snowballed from there. And now we have this game stage. Now Geralt, he's down to 15 probes, down to half a base saturated, half saturation. Ay ay ay. And Geralt, he can no longer counterattack. I mean, he could, but I mean, there are lurkers. There's lurkers, there's spine crawlers. The stalkers are denied. Shin taking a 7th base. Oh my god. And Geralt, he has to back off. He retreats, going double robo. Geralt, he's gonna try to stabilize. He's trying to rebuild, getting another expansion, staying back home with at least the Archons. How many mutas died this game? 50. Oh my god. And you can see like the efficiency here, like 7,000 gas loss compared to 5,000 or 4.6k. Like, Geralt, he did so well in the first half of this game, defending against the mutas and punishing them. But getting stuck with ground toss. He never really transitioned out of this or tried to hard counter the mutas. Eventually, Shin, he got into a mineral line, he got into a base, and once the ball started rolling, it never did stop. And now here come the lunkers. getting in position. Storms are coming in. Massive storms on the lurkers. Oh my god, the lurkers, they're going down. A good concave. Geralt takes the best fight he could hope for. Takes out every single lurker. Mutas, they come in for a backstab. And these mutas have to buy time. Here comes Geralt. We have to go. We gotta go, Pat. How's every lurker going down? But unfortunately, it looks like Geralt, he's otherwise preoccupied with the mutas, and he doesn't really have that much supply to work. There we go. There's the counterattack. It's all or nothing for Geralt. Unfortunately, again, it took a little bit of time, and that means that Shin, he's remaxing on Ling Hydra, and he's rebuilding his lurkers. Lurkers are being rebuilt. Shin just engaging with what he has. Comes in with a surround. There's like maybe 2 storms remaining. As the Ling Hydra stutter steps forward. Gets the final Archon. There's the final storm. And Shin, he will clean this up. Again, it was a good effort by Geralt. But alas, it will not be an ace match. GG, good luck gets called, and Shin will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin, but a shout out to Geralt because, again, for the majority of this game, he was keeping up and he was punishing the mutas. For most of this game, I just wasn't too convinced by the muta play. I was like, yo, are we still making more mutas? Like, this just hasn't been worth it. If you recall, Shin, he bled out so many mutas to the Stalkers, to the Archons. Geralt was doing an amazing job at defending his mineral lines and establishing more bases, but it was when Geralt tried to take a fifth base. When he tried to expand, take a 5th base, that's when Geralt was spread thin, and that's when he started to be punished more and more by the mobility of Shin's army, whether it came down to the mutas or the Ling Roach Ravager as well. That's where Shin was starting to pull Geralt apart, and eventually did. Eventually did pull him apart. GG, well played. Congratulations. Shin will take the series, and we are getting ready for the upper semis. See in the chat. Live tournaments. We don't really have any rebroadcasts here on the CranKy Ducklings. We sometimes do have replay casts. If there is a replay cast, it is posted or it is stated in the title of the tournament, of the stream. It is live. It is a live cast, and we are heading over to the Korean server as we have our upper semifinals ready. We have our updates here. Byun takes down Eon 2-0, and Byun is now up against Hon Mono in a TVT. Let's go. Do need a moment to set things up. We're heading over to the Korean server for the remainder of the event, as we have purely Korean players. It's going to be Byun, Honmono, and Shin remaining in the tournament. And the question becomes, which Terran player will face off against Shin in those finals? I mean, Byun is the heavy favorite, that is true. Is the favorite player to make it to the finals. But Honmono, he's no slouch. He is no pushover. And he can be quite cheeky in this matchup as well. He's an animal. Here we go. Okay, we're jumping into our next series. Vetoes are done, lobby has been made, and we are loading into Site Delta. For this Terran versus Terran. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As Shin, he does have some time to himself. We'll have a break here. And we are jumping into that best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. Oh wait, what? God damn it. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. Usually Terran, but now off racing as Zerg. I'm shaking my head. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets. We're going for a pool first. We're going for, I believe, a 12 pool here for Hon Mono. Oh boy. God damn it. So, I was gonna say that Homeowner, he actually has really good TBT, and I do think he can threaten Beyond, especially with aggression, especially with all-ins, but Homeowner, he has other plans. He is embracing and committing to an off race. Double gas, roaches. Yeah, he's going for a roach all-in. So double gas, he's going for a roach all-in instead. Homeowner embracing Zerg here, and we'll see if he can catch Beyond with his pants down. Can he catch him out? As Beyond back at home, just going for a standard racked expand. SCV Scout's moving out. So with this SCV Scout, Beyond, he will confirm the fact that there is no expansion, there is no natural, and that there is no all-in. So Beyond, he will get eyes on everything, and we'll be able to respond. So again, Beyond not cutting any corners. Doing this build DVT on ladder from now on. You're an animal. You're an animal, Pat. The SCV has arrived. Beyond, he sees the gas, sees the roach one, he sees everything he needs to, and now Beyond knows. Now Beyond is fully aware. Is setting up back at home. We have the Reaper here on the low ground, who should be getting a bunker ready on the high ground. Basically, Homeowner, he should be able to take control of the low ground and force a lift on the CC. That should occur. As the Ravagers are moving out. And there's that bunker on the high ground, as we did mention. Again, Beyond, it's on him to defend the main base and to lift up the natural. Meanwhile, Homeowner, he's not droning, he's not expanding, he's still focusing on purely Roach Ravager, he's moving out. And with high ground vision, with this Overlord, he should be able to lay siege upon the depot wall as well. That is why the bunker is thrown down further back, because he doesn't want to be vulnerable to the Biles. So far, so good. Beyond getting into his own Cyclone, pre-pulling some SCVs to repair. Ravagers have arrived, but again, they can't really threaten the base. The CC is going to be lifted. And Beyond does float away. And the boys are being... the boys are being pulled! I mean, it wouldn't be a whole mono game without pulling the boys. True! He pulls the boys, and when he plays Terran, he pulls the boys when he plays Zerg as well. The deeper wall has been busted down. And the boys, they're coming. They are coming. Beyond is gonna get not quite supply blocks. Backup depots on the way. Both initial depots fall. The drones have arrived, and can Homeowner get on top of that bunker? The Biles, they connect, the bunker goes down. Barely does fall. Can he get on top of the Cyclone? Likewise, SCVs are being pulled. One Cyclone left. But so far, so good for Beyond. He zones back the army. Gets on top of the Morphing in Ravager. Drones are falling. Bile doesn't quite connect. But there's still 4 Ravagers left. It's not enough. Yeah, Beyond, he holds. We'll lose a lot of SCVs in the process. A lot of SCVs. Oof. There's even some friendly fire towards the end, but the final Ravager is going to fall. GG gets called. There's nothing left for Hot Mono, as he had 2 drones left back at home, and Beyond takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. I appreciate the tenacity of Mono to commit to the one base all in. Again, he was able to get damage, he was able to break in and bust into the main, but it was not good enough. Bearing in mind that Beyond, he had 2 orbitals behind it, 2 CCs, double mules. He had plenty of workers left over as well. It was all or nothing for Mono, and Beyond takes the first game. Does take the first game, and now we're jumping into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Dynasty. Go. We are going to be loading into Dynasty of all maps. I'm a little bit shocked that this made it through the veto process, especially if Homeowner is off racing and he is committing, of course. We're jumping into game 2 in our ZVT, in our semifinals. In a way, you know, Shin, he's able to get a glimpse of Beyond's form. Kind of. It's like Shin, he can watch Beyond partake in this TVZ, but at the same time, I don't know if Shin's really learning anything in this. I don't I'm not too sure. But here we go. We're getting in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify. Leading the series 1-0, it is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player. Usually Terran, but now Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. Here we go. Now, Hon Mono is going for a 15-15. 15 hatch, 15 pool here by Hon Mono. Oh, never mind. He did go for an extractor trick, but looks like he just was getting an earlier drone. Going for the standard gold? Uh-oh. Okay. We are not going for the gold on the right-hand side. We're going for the standard gold location instead. Bold move. The reason why... Okay. So, whenever we do see a Zerg player on Dynasty, we have seen Zerg players rush into the gold on the right-hand side. The reason for this, if you take the gold on the right-hand side, you can actually protect the mineral line. You can actually protect it as you're on the same side as you're going to be mining, as the attack is going to be coming in. So you can defend with your queens, you can throw down a spine crawler as well, get a second queen. You can actually, you know, get away with the expansion somewhat. Going for the regular gold, though, means that you are vulnerable to Reaper harass. It means that this mineral line is going to be exposed to not just Reapers, but Hellions, Marines, any kind of range-based unit. So I'm a little bit concerned for Hon Mono. We'll see if we can get away with it. SV Scout comes in, does get eyes on the gas. Björn just getting to his own gold, no fear. And Björn actually hasn't seen the expansion yet. He actually doesn't know what's going on, but he will check. He should be checking. Yeah, Reaper's moving out. Overlord gets eyes on the natural, and Björn is going for a 2-1-1. It's what he often does. 2-1-1 is very commonplace here on Dynasty. Reaper moves out. And we'll get eyes on the mineral line. And we'll punish it. So just like that, no mining whatsoever at the natural. Baneling Nest on the way. Hon Mono, he has to pull back to the main, and he's going for a Bane Bust. Bold move. He's going for a Bane Bust instead. Hon Mono is going all in. Now, this could actually work. Oh, as he tries to mine once again. But this all in could work. The reason for this, no Hellions. This is a 2-1-1. What does that mean? That means no factory or delayed factory and no Hellion production. If we had Hellions, Hellions would shut this down. Hellions, they would chase down the Ling Bane. That would be beautiful defensively as well, behind the wall as well. With their Hellion volleys, Ling Bane would just be punished so hard. Against purely Marine, without Stim, because Stim is a ways off, Hon Mono, he has a chance. He does have a chance. Bunker will finish. Baneling's going to have to be spent here on the bunker at least, but the wall is still open. Here we go. Hon Mono, he's moving out. He has potential. He has potential to break beyond here and now and to punish this build. Banelings are on the way. Only Marines to defend. They're going to be vanilla Marines as well. And here we go. It's all or nothing for Hon Mono. Björn, does he confirm? He does! Björn knows. Björn knows what's going on. I would love to see a second. Well, yeah, we go. A second bunker's on the way. Björn, he saw the Baneling Nest. He confirmed. Second bunker's on the way. If Björn didn't confirm, this game could be over. But alas, Banelings, they crash in. They knock down the wall. Boys are being pulled. There's one Baneling left. And yeah, Björn holds. Only one Baneling. That's not good enough. Björn, he holds on. The question marks. Terran OP. Björn, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. Ah, the question marks. Kappa. GG, well played. Again, you don't even have to go 1-1-1. Don't even need the Hellions. But again, a lot of it came down to the scout. Björn, he did confirm the Baneling Nest. He saw everything that was happening. So Björn was able to respond. Björn was able to set up his secondary wall, pre-pull the boys. Marines were in position. GG. GG, well played. Björn will take the series. Björn will advance on into the grand finals. And we have our grand finals coming up. We have one series remaining here in the tournament. It's going to be a best of 5 between Björn and Shin. Let's go. I guess another ZBT, but a very different kind of ZBT, I will say. Very different. GG, well played. And we are setting things up. Vetoes are underway. Likewise, just in case, I did see a little bit of stuttering going on, so I'm going to be getting my A VPN ready, just in case. Homeowner is like, Terran OP, Björn, XD. XD in the chat. For now, Vita's underway, so we do need a little bit of time to get things going. Again, a shout out to Mark BT as well as Stegosaurus for donating, for contributing here to the prize pool. Of course, Mark BT is the main sponsor. If you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino, !Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino page for this tournament, so you can help boost the prize pool if you wish. Otherwise, following the channel and following the CranKy Ducklings is all that we ask here. We do stream on a almost daily basis. As I mentioned before, we usually do stream multiple times a day, but we're now in the off season of EPT, so there's a little bit less casting, a little bit less tournaments going on at the moment. Regardless, today we have 2 broadcasts. Today we're casting in the morning the Turtle Tussle, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, in the evening in 8 hours. 8 hours from now, 8.5 hours from now, mark your calendars, we're going to be live with the Pondcast. I'm going to be live with Kuro, with Yaku, and we will be discussing, of course, the new patch, the new map pool, everything new this week in StarCraft. So we'll be having that in 8 hours. Otherwise, looks like Vitas are done, and we are jumping into the grand finals. Let's go. Weeb team lost. Ah, no. Let's go. That's maybe a good thing. Here we go. We are getting into our grand finals. And as is being alluded to in the chats, the first game is going to be on Dynasty, because of course it is. Este Shin. Now Shin, he gets away with it a little bit because it's a best of 5, but if this was a best of 3 game, would be Dynasty as well. 100%. 100%. Este Shin. Shaking my head. And here we go, we're getting into the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player from South Korea representing Gammon Gladiators. It is Shin. And if you're in the chat, best of luck, because it is time to Gamba. Predictions are open. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, and we'll be talking about the game a little bit, as a reminder, when it comes to these 2 players, they faced off last week. They faced off not too long ago, and Shin actually took down Björn in a very convincing fashion. But what I will say is that, you know, Björn, he had spent the entire day competing and playing in tournaments, and he was very fatigued, I'm sure. And I'm sure Björn wants his revenge as well. So this is a bit of a rematch. I say a rematch. We've actually been kind of like hosting a bit of a rivalry between these 2. What I will say, in the off-season of EPT over the past month, over the past almost 2 months at this point, Shin and Björn have been the most active Korean Terran and Korean Zerg players respectively in these online tournaments. It's been Shin, Björn, and Trap as the trifecta, playing in so many online tournaments. Because of that, they play a lot. They've been playing a lot in the off-season. Just every week, it's very rare to see Shin and Björn not actually play against each other. So they're back. They're back once again, and they've been going back and forth. They have been going back and forth in series. So we'll see who wins this week. I say Björn, Shin, and Trap. I think I would say actually Björn, Shin, and Nightmare. I think I would say that Nightmare is maybe slightly more active than Trap in these online cups, but they're both very active. They're both very active in the online tournament scene. Not tonight though, or not today. Meanwhile, Shin goes for the gold. Unlike his predecessor. Unlike Homono, Shin, he goes to the goal base on the correct side, on the left side, is going to be rushing into the Gas Geyser as well. Bjorn does confirm, and it's now on Shin to protect this expansion. Now, again, it is a bit of a meme that's been happening, but Shin, he very often plays on Dynasty. Dynasty is one of the most vetoed maps of the map pool, but not for Shin. Shin, he never vetoes Dynasty in any matchup. Shin is much more unorthodox, he's much more aggressive, and he's going for Roaches. Roach Horn has been placed, and it's on Beyond to figure out what's going on. Does rotate over towards the main. And we'll see if Shin can keep up. I mean, hey, we saw Shin play on Dynasty earlier on versus Geralt as well. So far, Bjorn scatters and Ivanhoe gets in. Bjorn does slip into the main, does get eyes on the Roach Warren. He sees, he knows. He's fully aware of what's going on. Now, what's important about what just happened is that Bjorn, he confirms the Roach Warren, and Shin, he stops making roaches. Shin, he just made drones. He just made an extra wave of workers. Very important here, so the mind games. Shin, he's hoping that Bjorn overreacts. Bjorn is getting a bunker. What I will say is a bunker you can salvage. You can salvage the bunker, so it's okay. Bjorn is going into a 2-1-1 as well. Oh my god. 2-1-1 setup here at Bjorn. Bjorn is very fond of 2-1-1 on this map. Hey, we saw it against Homono as well. It can be quite powerful once Stim kicks in. So Bjorn is setting up here in the natural. Really, the Roaches, they threaten the gold. Now, this is why Shin does love going Roach in this matchup. I say Shin, all Zerg players. Whenever we see a Zerg player in a ZVT on Dynasty, Roaches are almost mandatory because it's the only way you can punish the gold. It's the only way here, as Ling Bane doesn't touch the gold base. So really, Shin, he's only going Roach to deny mining, to do economic damage. So Shin, he denies mining at the natural, has his own, getting a third base, droning up. Lair is almost done. Evo aiming for +1 as well. Shin, he's looking good. He's looking good so far. He does have the economic advantage over Bjorn, but the power spike for Bjorn comes in a couple of seconds with Stim. With Stim and with Medivacs. So this 2-on-1 double Medivac push is going to hit quite hard, and it's going to be on Shin to keep up. It's going to be on Shin to be in position, whether it's at the goal base, whether it's in the main, at the third, at the natural. It's going to be on Shin to try to minimize losses and to maintain himself against the Stim timing. Meanwhile, Bjorn does have control of the gold now. Chasing down the Roach. Roach will fall. And now Shin, he scouts the 2-on-1. He's aware of the Marines and aware of the drop lane. So Shin back at home, he should be amassing Roaches. Shin is making extra Overlords because he's going to get supply blocked. Overlords are being hunted down. Oh, the supply block is brutal. There's 4 Overlords on the way. Burrow as well. I love Burrow here for Shin. That means he will have micro potential for his army. Ravager hits the goal, gets 3 drones. 3 SCVs. Not bad. 3 SCVs go down. More importantly, this also keeps Bjorn busy back at home. He stays back home, defends, and this is giving Shin the time he needs to spread creep and make roaches. He's making roaches, spreading more creep, connecting his bases. Another Ravager's rotating out. You can see Bjorn, he's looking for the Ravager. Shin, he's so annoying on this map. Every time one Ravager falls, he replaces it with one more, but Bjorn, he finds it. Yeah, again, he's used to Shin. I mentioned before that Bjorn and Shin, they've been playing on a weekly basis every week for the past 2 months. And, you know, Shin, he's now becoming a little bit more predictable here when it comes to his Ravager movement. When it comes to his Ravager harass. So Bjorn, he's learning. Another Roach goes down. Again, as I mentioned before, Shin is so quick to just send one Roach time and time again towards the space. Speaking of, somehow, another Ravager gets across the map. Does get across. Bjorn is looking for it. This time it's borrowed. Bjorn, he doesn't find it. Doesn't find the Ravager. What I will say is that this borrow is a new addition this time. Often Shin, he doesn't even get it. But this time he does hide the Ravager, waiting for the opportune moment to unborrow. Another bile. Borrow once again. And just keep the aggression up. And Bjorn, we spoke about his 2-on-1 Stim timing. He never pushed. He's stuck at home. I mean, he threatened a little bit, but never committed. Shin once again unborrows. Goes to the pile. Oof, doesn't get the SCVs. And he will force out a scan. Yeah, it does force out the scan. At the same time, Roach towards the left-hand side. Forcing out a turret. Bjorn still stuck at home. You can see the Roach trying to reposition. Oh, can he get away? He will. He's going to force out a scan. He gets out of range of the turret. Does get out of range. Roach Ravager towards the right-hand side. Going for the mineral line. Oh, doesn't quite get any SCVs. But the Roach is still alive. There we go. Beyond force to scan. Shin trying to get... No shot! He gets out of scan range! Second scan! Este Shin. Forces out 2 scans. Catches out the double drop. Only 4 Marines survive. And again, Shin, he's just pulling Beyond apart, or really testing his micro, testing his attention, more importantly, his multitasking. Just a single Roach, a single Ravager all over the place. Catching out the double drop. Shin back at home, getting his 4th up and running, getting fully saturated, droning up, looking quite healthy when it comes to the drone count. And Shin, he's not maxing out on Roach Ravager, he's going Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. We have Bailing Speed on the way, we have +1 melee on the way as well. And usually, as he tries to get out of that scan range, doesn't quite do so, but usually this leads into Ultras. So it should be Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, Roach Ravager into Ultra, as the Hive is almost done. Again, the Ravagers and Roaches being more of a supportive unit now with the main army. Overlord's getting caught out. Shin a little bit out of position here. Losing a lot of Overlords. Getting supply blocked. Oof. Yeah, a hefty supply block as well. Gun now moving out with his own drop play. He wants the Overlord. Doesn't quite get it. He's going for a split push. Going for the mineral line. We are lacking creep here towards the north. Like, the creep tumors were sniped earlier and they haven't really been replaced. We spoke about the Ultras. There it is. There's that Ultra Cavern, as we mentioned. Again, this is very common for Shin to go from Roach Ravager into Ultra Tech. It is very common. Now, the one downside, as you can see here, with this style of Shin, is lack of anti-air. Because of that, there's no anti-air to hunt down these medevacs, not yet, until the Vipers. Vipers have arrived, and they can provide support with parasitic bombs. Vipers are here. Meanwhile, Bjorn has been stuck at home. He's now getting his 4th base. Again, Bjorn is forced to play kind of just opposed to his regular style. Usually Bjorn is the aggressor. Usually Bjorn is the one that's in your face, that's knocking down, mineral lines and overlords and bases, and he's constantly being aggressive. But because of Shin's game so far, because of this entire game actually, Bjorn's just been stuck at home. He's been stuck at home, hasn't been able to be active. Has barely been active. And now Shin is maxed. Shin, he's maxed out, and this 4th base specifically is vulnerable. It's here on the low ground. You can attack from almost every angle. It's going to be on Shin to bring it down. Here we go. Shin, he has the Vipers ready. He's maxed. Ultra Cavern is done. Here come the Blinding Clouds. Alien Bane crashes into the tank line, crashes into the planetary as well. Yeah, 13 SV equals massive connection. Oh my god, the ghosts! The ghosts get caught out. One ghost survives. No, not even. Yeah, brutal losses. Shinny brings down most of the bio, the 4th expansion, and Bjorn is stuck on 3 bases. That is all that Shin needed. He's going to be able to rebuild and remax. Did he lose his Vipers? He did not. The Vipers, they survive, they get back home. Ling Roach counterattack towards the left. Tanks are exposed. 1 tank goes down. Just the 1 tank for now. Shin has to pull away. But he's ready for a run by. Meanwhile, Bjorn, thankfully, he had a backup CC. Does land. Does throw down those mules. And we'll see if Bjorn can survive the 2nd wave. Now, this time he has less ghost. Only 1 ghost here in position. Meanwhile, because of the low ghost count, the Ultras are going to be brutal. There are 5 Ultras in production. With kindness plating. Ultra speed is still on the way, so that might not be coming into play here. Oh, another ghost? Oh my god. Gets 1 more ghost. Massive pickup. And now there's no turrets. Now we can burrow. Does burrow the roaches. He splits them up as well to force out more scans. So 1 scan for each roach. Ay. Shin being so annoying with those roaches. And here comes the second wave, the second push. EMP does graze the Viper. But there's still 2 more Vipers behind this. Blinding Clouds connect. And Bailey's they chase down the Marines. Tanks fall as well. The CC is vulnerable. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take game number 1. GG. Bjorn again forced to be the defender here in game 1. Not really something he's comfortable with, not something that he's used to. And Shin takes the lead. Shin does take lead, but as a reminder, best of 5. It is a best of 5 series. We have much more ahead of us. We have more games to come. Game 2 is going to be on Post-Youth. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. Now, what I will say is Post-Youth is also a very unorthodox map. We have seen Shin rush into the gold base on this map as well, even take the gold base as his natural. I'm referring to the gold out on the map, not the one back at home. So, again, Shin is a very unorthodox player here, and you don't really get to practice against Shin without playing against him. And again, we have had this kind of rivalry between Bjorn and Shin over the past couple of months. Bjorn has been getting more used to Shin over time, and we'll see if Shin takes a lead, a further lead, or if Bjorn ties us up. The pressure is on. Pressure is on the Terran, and we're loading in. We are loading into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. Here we go. Crazy annoying playstyle. That is specific to the map. That is specific to Dynasty. Shin going for the earlier Roach, the Roach army, going into Burrow, splitting up his army as well, just because you are a lot more spread out on Dynasty as well. Be a little more awkward to defend. Meanwhile, Shin is going for his in-base natural. Does go for the in-base expansion, going hatch first. Meanwhile, Bjorn opening up Rax Expand. Here we go. So for now, we're settling in. I'm curious when and if Shin takes the center gold and how he plays this out. Now, Shin is very fond of Roach play, very similar to Dark in that sense. Dark is also aggressive, but Dark has like different kind of, it has a different play style. Sure, they make Roaches, but Dark is much more in your face, a little bit more macro oriented as well. Regardless, I expect Roaches out of Shin. Otherwise, we could even see Muta play. Mutas can be quite effective on this map, on Post-Youth. We have seen Shin embrace that in the past as well. We'll see. We shall see, as Bjorn is going for a CC on location. Again, just Rax Expand. Standard opener out of Bjorn. Nothing too crazy so far. Of course, one of the big features of this map is just how secure you are on 2 bases. Very secure. Likewise, there are goal bases available as well. And because of the expansion pattern here on the left-hand side, we have seen a lot of 8 Raxes from Terran players, just going to the 3rd, rushing into the gold, and just hammering down that, just nothing but Marines, just pure Marine tank, and just overwhelming the Zerg. See what's going to be the choice here for Bjorn. Already, Bjorn is mixing it up. What I'm referring to is Factory. He's going for a Factory follow-up. Last game, if you remember, it was a 2-on-1 out of Bjorn. Delayed Factory into faster Stim. This time, faster Factory into Starport into potentially Banshee play. As the Reaper does threaten the mineral line. The drone's getting low, but Shin does save them. Meanwhile, there's that 3rd CC. 3rd CC before Starport, so economic build here out of Bjorn. Should go for the add-on swap into Hellion production, and from here he can go for another add-on swap into Banshee, or even into Liberator. We'll see. We'll see what he goes for. As Hellion production has begun. Oh, interesting. So Bjorn is going 3cc 2-on-1. That is a 2nd Rax before Starport. So this is actually quite similar to the previous game. Similar, but a little bit more greedy. The way this works here is that we should be making up to 4 Hellions before going for an add-on swap, getting the racks on the reactor into Mass Marine, into Stim. This is going to be a later Stim timing because the starport is delayed because of the faster CC. So again, this is more of an economic variation of 2-1-1. Ooh, and Beyond he only makes 2. Okay. Only 2 Hellions doesn't go up to 4. So very light commitment to the Hellions. Meanwhile, Shin is going Roach. No surprise here. Again, Shin, he's a Roach boy, so Roaches are going to be on the horizon for Shin. At a later timing compared to the previous game. So much more standard here, much more safer play. Shin defending with Queens into Roaches. Overlord comes in from behind, and Shin, he confirms he gets eyes on both Raxes on the timing of the 3rd CC and the starport. Shin knows this is a greedy variation of 2-1-1. So Shin is fully aware. Back at home, getting into his lair. And he should be droning. It's on Shin to drone up to take a 4th base. Lings are coming from behind, they get the first Hellion. Very nice pickup. 1 Hellion goes down. Reaper as well. And Shin, he knows that he can cut some corners, he can drone up a little bit further before he has to be ready for the medevac timing. He does have to respect it though. Doesn't want to be caught with his pants down. Should be able to get up to 3 base saturation. So far so good. Does take extra gases though. Taking gases to afford more Roach Ravager, double Eva Chamber for +1, or for 1-1 upgrades. And we'll see if Shin can keep up. Here we go. So, how did Beyond lose game 1? I recommend watching the VODs. It was very chaotic. It was very chaotic. Basically, Beyond, he opened up 2-1-1. He wasn't quite able to be aggressive or active because Shin went Roaches. Shin was just all over the place, hitting the 3rd base and the 4th base, just keeping Beyond pinned back at home, and eventually just pulled him apart. It was just very aggressive, very active play out of Shin in game 1. It was really impressive from the Zerg. Put the multitasking of Beyond to the test. But here we do see Beyond now being more active. Marines, they move out. They catch an Overlord, they supply block Shin. And this time, Beyond gets a much earlier 3rd expansion up and running. So this time, Beyond's got a better economy. He's able to be active on the map. Shin isn't being anywhere near as aggressive this time. As I say that, Shin, he is getting a 4th base, but he's cutting workers a little bit earlier. Massing up more Roach Ravager. Trying to catch out the army. Picking up a couple of Marines. And here we go, Shin is pushing towards the 3rd. Remember, Shin cut workers. He's going for a Roach Ravager Pure Ling as well. He's hitting before 1-1, but he wants that 3rd. Alas, tanks are in position. No bunkers, but the tanks are here. Yeah, the tanks are ready. Shin, he shouldn't be able to break this. Does push in, he does trade. But Beyond is secure. Beyond is secure. Shin poking forward. He wants to try to get the CC to lift. And just a very delicate dance here between the armies. Files they connect. The CC is getting very low. Can he get it? It's going to be close. Nah, not quite. The repairs are too good. But at least Shin, he's denying mining. He's denying mining time at the 3rd. Now Beyond is feeling confident. He mules. Forces back the army. Shin, he does actually transfer over. He does saturate the gold. Making more Lings. Shin, he's actually committing. Is committing here. Again, does he have enough biles? The problem is he can't really push forward. And Roaches are going down. Some brutal losses for Shin. It does take some brutal losses. More reinforcements on the way. The base is getting low. He wants it up. Oh my god, loses a lot of Ravagers though. Beyond with the punish. Takes down the Ravagers, gets the Overseer. And Shinny won't get the base. He will not get it. Has to back off. And the problem here is that Shin, he was so committed. I mean, the gold base is helping, that is true, but he doesn't have a 5th. No 5th expansion. Beyond moves out with the Doom Drop. And Shin, he's rotating around, coming in from behind. He could try to get on top of the tanks. The tanks are very exposed. Uh-oh. Shin, sorry, Beyond out of position. And Shin, he can't commit. Catches out the reinforcements. Keep going. That's a kill, not a cancel. Tanks are exposed. Boys have been pulled. And we're going for a base trade. Beyond, he drops into the natural. Tanks are falling. There's 2 tanks left. Down to 1. Down to 0. Tanks are going down. Reinforcements, they're holding their own for Beyond. They're buying time. And we're just in full base trade mode now. One of the tanks does get saved. Boys are being pulled. Ravagers are falling. Shinny's losing too much. Shinny's bleeding out far too much here. The choke point is brutal. And it looks like Beyond has this. Does get the final tank, but there's only 1 Ravager left. Shin, he lost far too much. Main base goes down. Shinny's down to 2 bases. So is Beyond. Beyond pulling the boys, losing a lot of SCVs. Can Shin still pull this off? He has reinforcements back at home. Shin, he has to pull the boys. Queens have arrived as well. It's so close. Shin, can he hold? Okay, there's still a good amount of buy though. Still a good amount of Marines. Forced to pick up, forced to unload. The army is still active. Shin, he's doing it. 10 SCVs against 13 drones, but Shin has the gold. He's got the gold base, takes out the reinforcements, catches the Marines, more SCV kills. Yeah, getting 3 more SCVs. Oh, but we are muling the 3rd base so hard. Beyond, he races back home, he defends, he catches out the final Ravager. And we need to take a moment. Okay, a couple of things. 2-2. 2-2 just finished up, so Shin, he does have the... Oh, he's now even in upgrades. Beyond has mules. Beyond has mules, so Beyond, I would say, has the better economy. Shin isn't too far behind. The gold base is helping make up for the lack of mules, so we're actually kind of like in a pretty even economic state, where one player has the gold, the other player has mules. Of course, Beyond, he can recover economically a lot faster. He can make 3 SCVs at a time. Shin, he's only got 2 hatcheries. So Beyond, over time, can outscale Shin. On top of that, there's a lot of micro potential as well with these drops. Oh boy, we'll see how Shin can bounce back here. I would give the edge to Beyond in this kind of game state. Goes up some creep. There's 1 tank here at the 3rd. If Shin can somehow go for a run by, that can help him recover. Bearing in mind that Beyond has half a gold as well. True, he's got the natural. Yeah, so over time, Beyond, he should be able to outscale Shin. Like 3 3s on the way as well. Now, Shin has a couple of options. He could try to turtle and macro, or he can go for another all-in. Meanwhile, that double drop is still active. Still in the main. Shin out of position. Means they keep up. Medevac gets very low. And Shin, he's not droning. He's not droning. He's not getting a 3rd expansion either. Shin, he's focusing on purely Ling Roach Ravager. Only 2 tanks, but that's a lot of buy. That's a lot of Marines. Oof. We'll see if Shin can break through, but I don't think he can. Yeah, plenty of Marines. We stim. We avoid the biles. And Beyond, he should be able to shut this down. The boys are being pulled. The drop has returned. Biles, they take down 1 of the tanks. But only 1. And Beyond, he holds. Beyond, he holds. He stims, he wins. Bobby. Takes out the Roach Ravager. Shin, he backs off. He's trying to set up for a 3rd wave. Lings, they do bypass the main army. They do catch a tank. Not bad. 1 tank goes down. But that's not going to be enough. GG gets called, and Beyond ties up the series 1-1. GG ties up the series. I was going to say we have an ace match, but no, we are tied up. We're getting into game 3. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. But we have a back and forth. That's what matters most. GG. GG, well played. A wild game overall, being forced into a base trade. Shin did have his own moments, of course, but alas, was unable to do enough damage across the map. He did bleed out far too many roaches and ravagers pushing into the main. He lost so much of his army to the production, to the reinforcements of Bjorn. He ran out of steam. Bjorn, less so. And with that, we're going into game 3. Meanwhile, a shout out to, oh my god, Pig El Chanchito. Shout out to Pig in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session or a cast or just stream in general. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the grand finals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. This is our bi-weekly Open Cup, and we are in the grand finals. We are tied up 1-1, and we're jumping into game 3, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. We go. Yes, we are here in the grand finals. We're tied up. It's been a pretty chaotic final so far. I do recommend the VODs if you guys are tuning in from the raid. But again, shout out to Pig. Thank you so much for the raid, for the support. We do appreciate it. As we do see Shin opening up with a pool first. Okay. Here we go. Now, we had more of the unorthodox maps initially. Game 1 was on Dynasty, Game 2 was on Post Youth. Now we can settle into Oceanborn instead. With that pool first, Shin, he will be able to produce a couple of lings early on to try to get across the map, try and delay the CC of Bjorn. And it's been a while since we've seen Bjorn open up 2 racks Reaper. Shin would have potentially also been safe against that. But for now, he's holding onto that larva. He's banking up, and we'll be moving out. Okay, lings are on the way. It's going to be 6 lings here for Shin. On top of that, thankfully for Shin, Bjorn has not sent out an SCV. So no SCV scout out of Bjorn. Unfortunate, this does mean that Bjorn actually won't be aware of what's going on. He won't know to keep the Reaper at home. So the Reaper should move out, the Overlord is in position to scout, and once the Reaper moves out, the lings can move in. Oh boy. Slings, they do move out across the map. Reaper is spotted, Overlord is aware, Shin confirms, and here come the lings. They're going for the CC. They're looking to delay, maybe even cancel, as the Reaper is out of position, and this is all because Bjorn didn't SCV scout. Slings, they head in towards the main, chasing down the Marine. Two lings, they do head towards the natural. Boys are being pulled, CC is delayed. And remember, this is not an all-in, this is just to disrupt the economy. Those around! Oh my god! The Marine goes down, massive pickup. Marine falls, he gets 1 SCV, 2 SCV kills. And the lings will be cleaned up. But so far, good damage here by Shin. Does take a lead, does delay the expansion, gets a Marine, gets a full scout. Back at home, Reaper has arrived, going for the drone. Oh! Gets 1! Nice pickup. 1 drone goes down. Queen having a hard time keeping up. And at least Bjorn, he's able to reciprocate some of that damage. Getting that 1 drone at the natural. He's looking for more. Threatens a dive. He's hoping to catch out the creep tumor. Oh! Does want the tumor. But the second queen has arrived. Bjorn, he wants it! He gets it! Oh my god. Will cost him the Reaper, but he does shut down the first tumor. Not the best trade, but I mean, 1 drone, 1 creep tumor. Not bad here for Bjorn. Behind this, 3rd CC on location. Bold move. Very greedy play here by Bjorn. Going for that 3rd CC. Shin does not see this. He's unaware. Behind this, going into roaches. Again, Shin, he's played roach every game so far in this series, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise. As Shin is just droning up and settling down. No lings for Shin, so he cannot punish the expansion. Bjorn will get away with the greed. Behind this, Bjorn also opening up a double Cyclone. It should only be 2 Cyclones into Hellion, just for map control. Not even a Hellion. Just 2 Cyclones for Bjorn, moving out, looking for Overlords, or even just straight Queens. As the Cyclones do move out. Behind this, Bjorn going into a 3-1-1 setup. And will find an Overlord. Oh, doesn't quite get it though. As the Overlord does get in position. Bjorn threatening the queens. No links to defend. Oh, and one queen does go down. Massive pick off. Remember, because of the opener, no gases, no lings. Sorry, no speed, I should say, for the lings. So without speed lings, Bjorn, he knows that he's safe to be active like this. He will catch another Overlord. Ay, ay, ay. Another Overlord goes down. And pretty good value. Pretty good value here with these Cyclones. They back off. They do get the hell out of there. Bjorn even forced out early Roaches. And now we can chill back at home. We can settle into our game. Interesting. As we did go for the add-on swap to get the tech lab on the starport, single Banshee has arrived to harass across the map. Meanwhile, Shin embracing his upgrades, of course, getting to Carapace. Lair is on the way, just the one Eva chamber for the time being. Shin staying on the one, getting another Overlord. Supply blocking Shin. He does move out. And again, a big reason why these Cyclones were able to be so effective is because of the opener. Because of the pull first, Bjorn, he knew that there wouldn't be link speed for quite some time, so the Cyclones were safe. So a very calculated move out of Bjorn, as link speed is just now being researched. Well, the Banshee's being active, doesn't quite find too much damage. Now, bearing in mind, there wasn't a big commitment for this Banshee. There was no cloak. There's no cloak, there's no second Banshee either. So there's kind of less onus on Bjorn to get damage done with this first Banshee. Gets a drone. Queen's coming in with the intercept. They get a lot of hull damage, but they don't quite bring the Banshee down. And Shin, he's just trying to tech up, settle into his economy. Fourth base is on the way. He's transitioning, of course, into Ling Bane. Roaches initially into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. And likewise, Bjorn has just been a little bit more passive building up as well, at least waiting for his upgrades. 1-1 is about to kick in. 1-1 upgrades on the horizon. Once they kick in, he can move out. Likewise, Medivacs are on the way. And we'll see if Shin can hold on and can defend against that push. I was curious if Shin was going to go for any safety infestors before the Hive. Hive is on the way, and we do have 2 infestors in production as well. So the infestors, because of the because of the change early on in the year, they will have energy for a fungal. They will have 2 fungals in total. So Shin, he can hold. Will rely quite heavily on those fungal growths, and we'll see if he can connect. As the army stems in. Yanni goes for the stem. Lings being shut down. Where are the fungals? Where's the infestor? The infestors are still on the way with leading out a lot of roaches. The infestors now coming in. There's the fungal. And with that, the chain fungal, we hold. Shin, he does hold on. Did bleed out a lot of roaches. Again, the infestors were a little bit late to the party as they were still in production. But again, if it wasn't for the infestors, we would have lost, or Shin would have lost so many more roaches, potentially the Ravagers as well. But he holds. He does hold. Bjorn pulls back, getting a 4 CC, building up his tanks, and getting ready for the mid-game. Building up towards the mid-game. Meanwhile, Shin prioritizes gases. What are the gases for? For the fast Hive, for Ultras. So it's, again, Roach Ravager into Ling Bane into Ultra Tech. We saw this from Shin in Game 1 on Dynasty. It is his go-to. The difference here being that on Dynasty, Bjorn was stuck at home. Bjorn was the defender. This time, Bjorn has map control, is being active. He's threatening the bases, forcing out more Roaches, more Lings, more Ravagers. Shin would like to build up a bank to make Immortals, to make Ultras as quickly as possible, but will take some time. Had to spend his resources, his money here on an army to defend. Double jump into the main. Banshee finally goes down. The drop will scout the Hive. The Hive is scouted. Doesn't quite see the Ultra Cavern, but after game 1, he should be aware. Like, it should be in the back of his mind. And Ghost Academy is almost done. Ghost Academy does finish. Ghost in production. That's 6 Ultras on the way. Now, bearing in mind, the Ultras still need a little bit of time to really get their upgrades underway. Kindness plating, it just began. On top of that, Ultra Speed as well. I keep forgetting the name of Ultra Speed. I just call it Ultra Speed. It's like it's like metabolic disable. It's something like that. I don't know. Ultra Speed. You know what it is. As Bjorn is just chilling back at home, securing himself. Planetary, tanks, looking very secure. That's quite a tank line. What's it called? Hurricane engines. Kappa. But really, Beyond, he's just getting ready for the Ultra Tech. The last thing Beyond wants to do is be caught out in the center of the map against all these Ultras and fungal growths. So Beyond taking more defensive stance, turtling up. Meanwhile, here come the Ultras. Highness Plating finishing up in 5 seconds. Tanks are going down. Beyond barely not ready for this. Yeah, a lot of tanks are falling. The Ghosts are not quite here. And the Ultras, they get on top of the Marines. Up! Barely not. Ultras get cleaned up. Beyond, he does hold, but how many tanks just went down? 8. Ooh, 8 tanks for 6 Ultras. But Beyond holds. Beyond, he holds, and now here come the Ghosts. As the Ghost count gets higher, it should be easier for Beyond to hold. Losing 8 tanks was brutal though, but he's making 3 tanks at a time. That's a lot of tanks. Some of them stuck in the main. But again, that was also without Ultra Speed as well, so Ultra Speed now kicking in. Anabolic Synthesis, there you go, the other one. God damn it. As Beyond is just securing himself, walling off once again. I mean, after losing all those tanks, Beyond is going to be stuck at home. Shin is maxed, and Beyond, he's just waiting for Shin to push into him. Changelings that will confirm the tank line. Shin is a Diva Enjoyer. Without Vipers pushing into this, is not going to be too easy. But here comes the Ling Bane. Connecting with some of the Marines, going for the mineral line. They will bust in. The Planetary is going to barely go down. 11 SCVs as well, but the main army holds. Ooh, that's a second CC. That was a kill, not a cancel. So 2 bases going down, not too bad. Denying the 4th, Beyond double expanding. Now, there was a bit of a give and take here. So Shin, he's trying to cripple the economy to make sure that Beyond can't really sustain his losses. Meanwhile, Beyond didn't really lose any ghosts. He lost a base, true, he lost some workers, but the ghost count is slowly building up over time. The tank count as well. Beyond does threaten some of the creep, gets surrounded, but we'll pick up. Remember, no anti-air. Speaking of, Vipers have finally arrived. They can help support with parasitic bombs. Speaking of, they should be hunting down these Bedovacs. Meanwhile, Beyond, his 5th expansion has not been scattered. This is a misstep from Shin. If Shin was aware, after attacking here towards the left-hand side, he could have rotated over towards the right, but that is now 2 planetaries getting up and running, and Shin, he needs to deny them. They did fall. Shin for now focusing towards the left-hand side. Like, this base is so exposed, it's so vulnerable, but Shin is unaware. Now rotating over. Oh, bleeding out a lot of Lings. Yeah, the tank line is brutal. And Shin, it looks like he's accepting a longer game state. Spire is on the way. What does this mean? Greater Spire, Brood Lords. Shin, he's getting ready for the late game. He's taking more bases, taking more expansions. He is pushing towards the 5th. Nice Blinding Clouds. Tanks going down. Bailings, they bust into the mineral line. He's going to get the neck. He's going to get the Planetary. 11 SCVs once again. Not bad. And I believe most Vipers, yeah, they survived. 2 Vipers got out. Base did fall. And this isn't about killing Beyond, it's just about hindering the economy, slowing him down, and taking him to Broodlords. Beyond, he does break out. And the tanks once again are exposed. Lings, they can bust in, but they don't quite go for it. Shin pulling away. Double expanding. There's that Greater Spire that we spoke about. I would not be opposed to a 2nd Spire to get into double upgrades, bearing in mind that even though the Greater Spire is going to be a little bit faster, 0-0, right? There are 0-0 upgrades here for the Broodlords. Lings, they get a tank. What I will say is that the tank count for Beyond is looking too high. We'll get into that as Shin threatens another dive. Gets another tank. How many tanks do we have? 21. 21 tanks. What I'm concerned by is that we have a lot of supply committed into tanks and not a lot of supply to protect them. Because of that, I mean, you can look at the units tab. Only 6 Ghosts, 6 Marines, and 6 Marauders. And 6 Medevacs. 6. Oh my god. But very little support. Because of that, not even with Broodlords, but like a purely Ling-based army, or I mean, even Broodlords as well, they can really pop off against this. At a certain point, like these tanks, they're hurting Beyond more than helping him. Like, where's the anti-air? I spoke earlier about Beyond building up his ghost count, but again, he's only got 6. And he's maxed. Oh boy. I mean, thankfully, Shin still needs time to get into his Broodlords. I say that Broodlords are on the way. 5 Broodlords are in production. And against this little anti-air, 5 Broods, I mean, that can break a base. Okay, 3 more Ghosts. Okay, we're getting back into Ghost production, thankfully. How many Ghosts do we have? 6, soon to be 9 Ghosts. That's okay. Scans reveals the Broodlord, or reveals the Greater Spire, I should say. Beyond breaking out. Jesus, 8 more Brood. That's so many. Jesus. 13 Broodlords. And again, they might be 0-0, but I mean, there's no Vikings. There's very little anti-air in general. Here come the Broods. And Beyond is getting caught with this man's down. This entire tank line is going to go down. There's no saving it. Yeah, there's one snipe, and we even have infestors behind this. Aye. Thor production has begun, but this might just be too late. I feel like Shin, he should be able to break this expansion. We'll see. Plus one air attack is on the way. Broodlings, sorry, they're getting into the mineral line. Shin getting in position. Going for the gases. Now, Shin, he is taking his time here, so he's giving Beyond the opportunity to actually get into Thor production. He's getting there. Goes up. They get some snipes. Broodlords, they get low. How many infestors? Just 2. Only 2 infestors. Shin getting a couple of free tanks. Snipes, they don't quite get a Broodlord. Those 2 more tanks going down. And another. And another. Shin rotating over, Beyond trying to take an expansion. Shin in position somewhat. And we'll delay. But without ground support, Beyond, he's actually holding on. He's holding on to the expansion, taking another base towards the left-hand side. And he's slowly building up that Thor count. Now, personally, I would like to see some more starports and a setup for a transition into Vikings. The reason for that is just because the ground can get quite congested with all these Thors, tanks, and Ghosts. It can be quite awkward to engage. No sniper Broodlord. Beyond going for a split push. It looks like he wants to get rid of some of these Thors. He will gain ground. The base is given up. Shin rotating over. Oh, the Fungal! Oh, massive Fungal catches out the Ghosts. Only 2 Ghosts left. Massive pickoffs. The base is going to go down. The Thors, they're not here to support. They're across the map instead. Shin does get the expansion. So far, better trades here by Shin. Looking at the Ghost count, only 2 Ghosts left. He's making 4 at a time, but that was a big loss for Beyond. I mean, Beyond, he did get an expansion, but Shin, he is a banky. He can afford that. He can afford that loss. Broodlords, they take down a planetary, gaining more ground. Now, at least Shin does... Sorry, at least Beyond has his base up and running uncontested towards the left-hand side. True. So Beyond, he can still maintain himself. And the question becomes, does Shin rotate, or does he keep pushing? Does he push towards the natural, or does he rotate towards the left-hand side? Ah, he's rotating. Okay. Looks like he is rotating over. I mean, his creep is securing this expansion, and I guess he doesn't want to overextend. Where does he go next? Likewise, this time the Thor count is going to be ready for this. Jesus, that's how many? 8 Thors. The Thors are here. The creep spread is lacking towards the left-hand side, so there's no stack defense either. As the game progresses as well, this base is getting more fortified. Shin pushing through the center. Massive EMPs. Yeah, the Infestors, they get caught out. Ultra's pushing forward. The Thors, they get caught in the blinding clouds. And are there enough Brood Lords? Looks like there aren't. Yeah, the Infestors are going down. Brood Lords being forced back. I say that. There's only 1 Thor left. And how many ghosts? Not many. The ghosts are coming in for a flank. Brood Lords are trading. A very messy fight. Both armies back off. And Shin, he remaxes. 12 Ultras! I was like, how did he spend his money so quickly? 12 Ultras on the way. Ay, ay, ay. He's crazy. I mean, he did bring down a lot of tanks earlier. Remember, the tank count has been thinned out. There's only 9 from 21. 9 tanks left. Will the Ultra Switch be enough? Brood Lords, they get another tank. They try to at least. Being forced back. And Beyond, he's burning through his bank. Beyond, he doesn't really have much gas to work with or minerals. We spoke about it earlier. The win condition for Shin has been to deny these bases. Knock down these expansions. Now pushing towards the natural base. And here come the Ultras. And Beyond out of position. Ghost, they will shut down some of them at least. Oh, but the mineral line. Mineral line is going down and Beyond, he can't afford this. He needs his economy. Oh my god, the snipes though. I mean, efficient trades out of Beyond, true. Very efficient. At the same time though, Brood Lords are pushing into the natural, getting into the production. And Beyond is getting pulled apart. He's getting pulled apart at this point. It's less about the attention, it's more about the supply. I mean, Beyond, he just doesn't have the army to work with. He just cannot keep up with the army size of Shin because of the bank. Beyond, he's broke. I mean, the Mule Hammer, Jesus. The Mule Hammer is real. That's a lot of mules, but again, Beyond, he has no money. Has no money, has no resources. Ultras from the other side. Oh, there is an Infestor ready for the fungal. Ready for the dive. Factory going down. Getting the natural base. Ultras, they catch out the Thors. Getting all the most efficient trades, and Shin, he's running out of gas himself, so he's remaxing on Ling. He's got 54 Lings on the way. And I do think Lings can trade well here. Without Hellbats, without Blue Flame, this army is vulnerable to pure Ling. Again, it's Tank, Marauder, Thor. Oh, the neural! Shin gets a Thor. Not a bad pickup. Infestor's ready for this round. Ready for the fungals. And Byeon is all in, essentially. Byeon, he's all in with his army. We'll bring down an expansion, and Shin, he almost pulls a trigger. We have a couple of Hellbats coming in to help out. Oh, the MP. Not quite. He gets a base, he backs off, he's establishing another expansion. He will have 1 mining base, double expanding even. Okay. Meanwhile, here comes the mass Ling, and we just ignore the main army. We're going for the production instead. And for the fusion core, the factories. Whatever we can get our hands on. Lings that don't quite bust into the main. Shin has to pull away. Just maxing out, taking extra gases. Shin, likewise, doesn't have the best bank either. But he's still got quite an army to work with. Byeon securing himself, throwing down turrets. His base is spotted. Shin knows. Yeah, that should trigger Shin to respond to this expansion. Still building on more Banelings. And Fesher spreading out. Yeah, we're getting ready for the dive. Show us the fungal. Up. The Infestor from behind. Shin pulling away. Taking Beyond's expansion. It's still a very tense moment. The armor supplies are quite similar. Honestly, Beyond can still win a fight.
Assimilation successful.
With a counter EMP. Tries to EMP the ghost. With the neural. Oh, sorry, from the tank, I should say. Neural the tank, but the Infestor goes down. Just wait for Shin to pull the trigger. Oh, Snipes goes off. 2 Broodlords go down. Yanni's trading well. He's trading well, but bleeds out. Oh, a big chunk of bio. Marines go down. Tank as well. At the same time, the CC falls. And that's all that Shin really needs to do, is deny the expansion. Deny the CC over and over again. Overlords that come back in to spread creep. Shin can over time just starve Beyond out. Beyond, he has to respond. More Broodlords on the way. Marines, they're rushing to the middle line. They will get some drone kills. Nice damage here by Beyond. Lings have to respond. Shin could keep going, honestly. He could even just try to bust into the main. But he's holding off. Yeah, Broodlords towards the left-hand side. They're going for the fresh mining base. And again, this is all that Shin needs to do. Just deny mining. Deny the economy. Build up his own. Gets a ghost. Base is getting saturated though, and now I'm concerned. If this base gets up and running, then Beyond can max out. Beyond, he can max, and with a maxed out army, he can actually take this game. Pushing forward. Fungal, ooh, doesn't quite connect. Oh, but the ghosts are exposed. I say that, never mind. The Broodlords are exposed. The snipes, they pop off. They punish the Broodlords. Not bad. Again, Beyond, the first thing he sniped was the Overseer, so he denied any kind of scouting or any kind of detection. So very nice pickups. Speaking of, more observers on the way, Overseers even. Yeah, never again. All the Overseers. It's only 6 Broodlords. Only 6 left. Down to 5. 5 Broodlords remaining. Meanwhile, Beyond's main army is here towards the right-hand side. I do think that Shin could rotate and respond to this. This location is actually quite exposed. More SCVs. Shin face checking with the Ultra. It's an expensive scout. Okay, 8 more Broods on the way. Oof. Again, like, if this, I mean, I say if the Ground Army responded, like, Beyond, he's been scanning non-stop. And now can threaten the Mineral Line. Uh-oh. Broodlords pushing in, they do deny mining. At the same time, 17, 19 drone kills. Shin, he will lose his own mineral line. Supplies are evening up. Again, the army supplies are neck and neck. Shin's still refusing to rotate with his Ling Bane. Ah. What I was gonna say is because of the non-stop scans, like if Shin rotates, there is a high chance that Beyond spots it. Scan reveals the army. Hatchery goes down. Vikings have arrived. No corruptors. Oof. Oh, Shin, he wants the fungal. He wants it. He's coming in. Here comes a rotation. And finally, Infestor pops out, doesn't get the fungal. But alas, Lings, they collapse on the ghosts. And we should clean this up. Medivacs, they save a handful of ghosts, but most of the army does fall. Shin pulls away, doesn't get into the mineral line. Yeah, the Broodlords, they weren't a part of the fight. You see Beyond responding. But there are no tanks. There are no tanks in position. Ooh, brutal EMPs on the Infestors. And Shin trying to engage. Mainly they rush on forward. There's one Ultra as well. A very scrappy fight. Infestors go down. Hydras are coming in to reinforce. And it looks like Shin, he barely has enough. He breaks the expansion, gets into the mineral line. Again, all these tanks know where they need to be. Snipes on the Hydra. Still efficient trades here out of Beyond. Some of the ghosts do get out. And it's still quite close. Like, Hydras are not really the most efficient unit that we could be working with right now. They're not amazing against a tank-based composition. But the Broodlords, though, they get another tank. And another. Good pickups. Meanwhile, Beyond taking center right. Going for another base. Ooh, snipes are brutal. Shin stays within range. Losing 2 Broodlords. Down to how many? Down to 7. Down to 6. There's only 2 ghosts left. The Broodlords are trying to hold their own. They will take down another ghost. They barely win the fight. And Shin, he can finally start taking a center left as well. He's going for the expansion, going for the base. Has to be careful to overextend. Snipes going off. Overseers are going down. Another Broodlord down to 4, down to 3. 3 Broodlords left. Massive tank line. And again, Ling Hydra is not ideal against this. Yeah, the final Broodlords are falling. And here comes Shin. The tanks are on siege. The tanks are on siege. It looks like Shin, he will clean this up. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take a 2-1 lead and is 1 game away from becoming this week's Turtle Tussle champion. Uno más. Oh, GG. Oh my god. I mean, Shin was in the driver's seat for most of this game. Again, he had map control. He was denying bases. Despite that, Beyond still had his own moments, and he still took it, or brought it down to the wire. Still very scrappy towards the end as well. Very intense game. GG. The pressure is now on Beyond to fight back and to force the ace match. Can he bring it back? As we're loading into Alcyone. Oh my god. We're getting into game 4. We'll see if we can bring it back here. So glad that camping will soon become a thing of the past. Copian. I mean, it's gonna be very different, I feel. Like there's a lot to get into. Regardless, with that, we are getting into our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion, down in the series. Can he bounce back and bring us to the ace match? It is Bian. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, representing Gaiman Gladiators. One game away from becoming this week's champion. It is Shin. Here we go. Oh my god. Just catching up. I see some people asking about the PTR. The PTR is a public test realm. Basically, the PTR is a separate client that you download through the BNet launcher, and you can gain access to the PTR, to the patch, through that process. I believe if you go to the BNet app, then you can like open up the drop-down box and you can see the PTR there. And download it yourself if you wish. If you wish. As there's a patch on the horizon. But for now, of course, we're focusing on our Game 4. And for now, we are getting into our standard openers. It's going to be a Rack Expand out of Bjorn, no Crazy Proxy, no 2 Racks Reaper. Likewise, Shin going Hatch Gas Pool. Standard opener out of our Zerg player as well. Standard opener. Oh, we can calm things down. We go. And we'll see what direction our players do take us in. Again, Shin has been playing the same Roach style quite heavily, actually, throughout this entire series. I mean, in general, it is his style here in ZVT, going Roaches into Roach Ravager Lingbane, into Ultras, into late game, into Hive Tech. This wouldn't be a bad map for it. Again, loading into Alkyone, one of the more macro-oriented maps in the map pool. Very large, a lot of bases to be taken as well. We have a lot of late game on this map. A lot of late game. Let's see if we embrace that here as well. So now the Reaper poking in. Bjorn going 3rd CC, 3cc before Starport. Economic build out of Bjorn. Now, last time we saw Bjorn go 3cc, it was 3cc 2-1-1. We saw that on Post Youth. And he's doing it again. That is a second Rax on the way, not a Starport. So 3cc 2-1-1 here from Bjorn. What does this mean? This means minimal Hellion production. We have 2 Hellions on the way. At most, he's going to make 4. At minimum, 2. Into an add-on swap, into Marine production, into Stim. Into a double Medevac 16 Marine drop. Now, on the one hand, that kind of Stim timing is going to hit quite hard for Bjorn, but it's going to hit a little bit later than usual because of the timing of the 3rd CC. On top of that, that means that Shin has more time to drone. He can be greedy. Shin, he can cut corners, he can be greedy, he can drone up, get a 4th base, especially because there's going to be minimal Hellions to punish him. As Bjorn does make the initial 2, it looks like he is investing into 4. So this time, 4 Hellions, then the add-on swap. So we'll have a little bit more to at least deny some of the creep. Meanwhile, so far, Shin happily droning up, still only on 1 gas geyser. No extra gases so far, and no tech either. We're settling it. Likewise, Shin actually hasn't scouted the main, so he actually doesn't know how economic Bjorn is being yet. He's not fully aware of the build. Go. As for now, we are going to be settling down. There's that Roach one again. Shouldn't be a surprise. Once again, Roach is out of Shin. I mean, it is his go-to. So once again, Roach play from our Zerg player. He's taking all of his gases, going for a delayed 4th because of all the extra gases and extra drones. because of that gas income. 4th base now on the way. Meanwhile, here comes the 2-on-1 from Bjorn. The Minimax have arrived. With that, Bjorn can move out and can threaten the bases. Now, if you remember, we saw that Shin, he was able to barely hold on Oceanborn with his infestors, with his fungal growths. But last here, he will only have roaches to hold on and to defend. Roaches and queens. So we'll see what Bjorn can get done. The move out is spotted. Roach production has begun. Queen should be coming together. Roaches are amassing as well. Getting an Overlord. Taking it slow. Shin, given time here to build up, and Shin should be fine. I mean, the Marines, they clear up creep, they deny Overlords, they have a presence on the map, but Shin shouldn't feel too threatened here. Shouldn't lose too much. Shin is getting his 4th, getting into 1-1 upgrades. Roach speed is on the way. Likewise, Bjorn also getting into his 3-base economy as well. We're building up towards the mid-game. Oh my god, I spoke too soon! As Shin, he does not drone up the 4th. The 4th is there just for Larva, and Shin is going for a Nidus. Oh my god. Cutting workers at 3-base saturation, cutting workers at 65. Bold move out of Shin. I mean, likewise, Bjorn is still building up. There is an Overlord across the map. There's an Overseer. Headed towards the natural. Bjorn is still being active. Again, Shin has still not made a single drone for his 4th. Building up more Lings. 1-1 about to finish up. Bjorn looking a little bit exposed back at home. He does have a tank line. Nidus into the main. He's hoping to distract Bjorn. Shin pushing in. Does get a tank. 1 tank goes down. Shin backs off, and as he backs off, Nidus Worm, it will not finish. Bjorn, he has eyes on it. He denies. Does deny the Nidus. Last Shin busting down the front door at the natural. Gets 2 depots. And this position is still looking quite vulnerable, so only 2 tanks. Only 2 tanks for Bjorn. Reinforcements have arrived. Nidus Worm into the main. There is now a 3rd tank. Bjorn is holding. Meanwhile, Nidus will not finish. Bjorn is keeping up with the Nidus Worms. And pushing into 3 tanks. I'm not sure that Shin can pull this off. He's going to try. Splits up the roaches. He will get 1 tank. 1 tank. He does get 1 tank Marines. They hold their own. They force back the roaches. Bjorn is holding. Fighting out of range of the tanks, though. A little bit concerning. Reinforcements are coming in. And Shin, there's 1 tank left. Up, it goes down. No tanks. And without any tanks, Shin, he can push forward. Boys have to be pulled. And is this how the story is? The Vials! The Vials connect! Oh my god. Nidus Worm is denied. 21 SCVs going down. And here come the reinforcements. Shin, we are not getting the A Smasher, are we? Reinforcements have arrived. There's another tank. Bjorn, he's forcing back the army. He's holding. He's trying. Other tank, he gets wild down. The tank gets wild. And again, Bjorn, he holds on to the 3rd base, but the Nidus finally finishes. Yeah, finally Nidus into the main base. Armory goes down. Roaches, they bust on in. Tanks out of position. He's going for the production. Does find a CC. He can take the trade. CC does complete. Shin starts stepping forward. Yeah, catches out the Marines, forces a pickup, and he can camp the production. Another Nidus on the wave. And behind this Shin, he's still not droning. Still just making purely Roach. Even the contamination on the factory. Oh my god. Delays the tank. Tank has arrived. Only 2 Ravagers. Boys are being pulled. Oh, it's too soon. And boys, they bust in, and so many SCVs going to be going down. Oh god, it's not going to be worth it. Bjorn losing 60 SCVs. I was hoping for an ace match. But this should be crippling damage. This should be too much. The 1 tank holds onto the ramp. But GG gets called. It's just far too much. And Shin will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very intense final game. Again, I was very impressed by Bjorn. He was able to keep up with the non-stop Nidusworms in the main. He was able to shut down 2 of them, meanwhile defending the third base at the same time. Very impressive, but eventually Shin did pull apart the attention of Bjorn. Eventually he broke in, got the Nidusworm into the main base. He wasn't quite able to break the third, but was able to just pull Bjorn apart, attack where the tanks were not, and of course, take him in the end. GG, well played, very decisive play there out of Shin. Again, opting to go for a 3-base all-in. Bjorn was unaware of the all-in until he saw the Nidusworm, until it was a little bit too late. He was trying to set up. Remember, as Bjorn was defending as the all-in, he was getting a CC, he was taking up as well, he was getting ready for a longer game state. We were as well for a while there, till we realized that, of course, Shin wasn't droning. With that, congratulations, Shin. He will take the series. Once again, bringing Bjorn down. I mentioned this before, for those that are maybe now tuning in, for those that maybe do not watch the online regular weekly tournaments, Bjorn and Shin are the most active Korean Terran and Zerg player in the online tournament scene when it comes to events like the Turtle Tussle, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Wardy TV Monday, the Kalaris Steadfast Rotterdam Cup, the Stego Monday, or now the Pigosaurus Cup. When it comes to all these online open cups, these 2 players are very active, and they face off very often as a result. Bjorn and Shin, they've been playing a lot here over the past 2 months, during the off season of EPT, week after week after week, and they go back and forth. They go back and forth in series. This week, Shin is the victor. This week. Next week, it's probably going to be Bjorn, and then Shin, and then Bjorn. They just go back and forth. You know what? They're kind of like, they're becoming like the Korean version of Clem and Max Packs. Especially during the on season of EPT, Clem and Max Packs they would face in every single weekly, like every single America's weekly and European weekly. It's becoming quite similar here as well with Bjorn and Shin, where they're playing quite often and quite a lot. It is cool to see the growth of their play against each other, and with that, congratulations to Shin. Oh, I should also mention, don't forget to join the Matcherino. Don't forget to join the Matcherino page. Again, if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino as well. !Matcherino in the chat. If you guys are interested, if you guys are curious, you can help support the tournament. Also, I did notice some of the notifications during the game. Sorry for not giving a shout out. I was otherwise distracted. I didn't want to take away from the cast. But thank you so much for the raid, Cyan. Fala galera. Thank you so much for the raid, Cyan. Of course, earlier, thank you so much for the raid, Pig, as well. And I believe there was a sub during the previous game. Oh no. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up. But thank you so much for subscribing as well. Thanks to all the support that we get in the chat, or support on the channel. We are able to fund our tournaments. We do host events here on a weekly basis, on a very regular basis. Events like Tenacious Turtle Tussle, the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, Duckling Open and Masters One Open. Plenty of events here on the CranKy Ducklings. If you're maybe tuning in for the first time, we do cast here on a daily basis. We cast more than any other channel out there. We do at least have that we do take pride in, of course. We're a very active casting channel. Ever since 2019, we've been casting a lot. What I will say is that in recent times, we haven't been casting as much. Usually we cast multiple times a day, but during the off season, there's no WTL, there's no Kung Fu Cup, so we have been casting a little bit less. We've been having some more off days, some more free days, which feels good. I mean, usually we only have like a couple of days off during the year. We usually take like Christmas off when it comes to casting, but now I've been able to actually just take a break and take a breath and sleep. It's been great. It's been amazing. Has been amazing, and I'm sure we'll be getting back on that regular casting schedule once the season does start up once again. Regardless, congratulations here to Shin. Again, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so. You can follow us on all the social medias. !socials in the chat. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram. We also co-stream on YouTube, so we're live here on Twitch. We're also live on YouTube. We have a YouTube channel where we upload all the VODs on a daily basis. Plenty of VODs, plenty of content over on YouTube as well if you are interested. That is all there, all available. Thank you. Oh my god, Jesus. Thank you so much for the donation. Nice. $169.69. Thank you for being a pillar of the RTS community. Thank you so much for the support. Gracias, papi. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Speaking of people supporting the community, shout out to Mark BT and Protostegosaurus for funding this event. For those who do not know, this tournament is 300 USD, massive prize pool for this tournament. Half of it, of course, provided by Mark BT, the other half provided by Stegosaurus as well. So that is split between the top 4 players. So Shin, Björn, alongside Geralt and Honmono, they walk away with the bulk of the prize pool. So big shout out to the, of course, the sponsors. Shout out to the supporters in the chat. Thank you. Not just that. Oh my god, I just realized. Stegosaurus, he actually donated even more. Jesus. Looking at Machirino, Stegosaurus, he donated 150 and also 75 USD on top of that. Jesus. Calm down, Bobby. Calm down. Oh my god. So, I was gonna say 300 USD. No. 375 USD. Jesus. Calm down. For those who don't know, Stegosaurus, he also sponsors and he also organizes the Pigosaur Cup, which did begin this week. Pig, he is like co-funding the Pigosaur event as well, which Stegosaurus is a part of. So yeah, very passionate fan of StarCraft. Very passionate. Again, thank you so much for the donation as well to the anonymous donator. Thank you. Just catching up. Catching up in the chat. Oh. Nice games, nice casting, Papi. Oh, Cristiano! Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just catching up for now. I know the chat was very intense, especially after Pig's raid. So I apologize for not keeping up. I do apologize. Oh. Seems like a lot of Roach Ravager plays. It's what Shin prefers. I will say that some of the Zerg players out there are very stylistic. Very much so. I mean, I guess Dark is kind of like that as well. Solar, less so. Solar is more of a Ling Bane player. But with that, thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. If you want some more content, if you want some more CranKy Duckling action, our next broadcast is going to be, I believe, in a couple of days. Let me just quickly double check. Our next broadcast... Our next tournament cast should be over the weekend. We are going to be casting the StarCraft Evolution League on Saturday and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. Again, that is our own open tournament, similar to the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, but at a more European-friendly time zone and time slot. Again, you can see our Patreon just under Shin's name. If you want to help support us via Patreon, you can do so there as well. Our Patreon is set up to fund our tournaments and to grow our tournaments as well. So Patreon is there if you're interested. So again, it looks like we have tomorrow off. So Friday, we won't be casting. We'll be casting on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, etc., etc. But Friday we have off. On top of that, we are also going to be live in how many hours time? In around 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be live here on this channel with the podcast. It is not going to be a tournament cast. It is going to be more of a talk show, more of a podcast, going over the week's news in StarCraft. We've been hosting the podcast for ever since the off season, so for like 2 months, at this point, and there's a lot to go over, a lot of roster changes, a lot of player changes, a lot of tournament results, and of course the patch. We actually haven't spoken about the patch yet ourselves here on the CranKy Ducklings. We'll do so during the podcast, and also the new map pool. There's a lot to discuss when it comes to the new map pool as well. So we'll be going over that in 7 hours time, if you're interested in that sort of thing. If you're interested in an SE2 podcast, then we got you covered there. Otherwise, our next tournament cast is over the weekend. If you're curious what the StarCraft Evolution League is, that is a mod. That is an SE mod that does blend or does meld together StarCraft 2 and Brood War. They face off against each other. It's a lot of fun. It's very refreshing. Very refreshing kind of mod, and it is also really exciting to see how the meta evolves in StarCraft Evolution and which players take part in it as well. Last week, the SC Evo champion was Classic. I'm sure you're familiar with the Korean Protoss player. Classic did debut, did play for the first time. Skillus has been playing alongside Shin. Shin, our current champion. He's also a StarCraft Evolution champion as well, so those are the kind of players that you expect to see during StarCraft Evolution. If you are interested. What's the name of the podcast? The Pondcast, Bobby. The Pondcast. Because we're ducks. Because it makes sense, I guess. Quack. Quack. Otherwise, with that, we are going to be wrapping up. We are done here for the morning. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, shout out to both Cyan and Pig for the raids. We do appreciate the support. From here, I might have a short cheeky ladder session. I wasn't able to ladder yesterday. But we were just I was so tired after the cast, and it was hot, and it's been getting hot here in Australia. We're getting into summer, So yeah, might ladder for a couple of hours. I also wanted to go over the new maps as well. I haven't been able to actually properly look at them, and I wanted to look at the maps before the podcast as well, so I could actually have something to say. So might be looking at those later on in the evening as well, just to see what the controversy is about. There has been a lot of talk regarding the new maps and what they entail. But until then, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. For now, I'm going to be heading off. I'm going to be going live on my personal channel. I don't ladder here on the CranKy Ducklings. We do leave this for team content and for casting. Going to be laddering over on light_VIP. So if you're interested, you can follow me there. Otherwise, thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, consider following for some more StarCraft content in the coming days and the coming weeks and the coming years, of course, as we've been casting here for many years already. And I'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.